from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day. Be free from the swing and be on your way. Jump into misery, holding your hand as you chase the shadows away. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Oh, take them away. Free from this way.
Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, 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 ruby.
your eyes and go to sleep. Dream, oh darling, dream. Forget about the part you play to the machine. And when you wake, know your soul is theirs to keep. You've sat on the dotted line, and now you're in it deep. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray, let the night become the day. Let the night become the day. Run, oh baby, run. Had a blast, but there ain't time for no more fun. Darkness follows right soon after the sun, and the shadows that follow you won't stop until they run. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray, let the night become the day. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We are very happy to see everyone here. Whoo-wee! That was nice. Experimented with the timer at the beginning there to like show you guys when it's actually going to get started and stuff. See how that feels. See how we enjoy that. Let's say. Oh, I didn't put my backdrop of colors. Today we're going to deal with a darker backdrop. That's just how it is. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice couple of past few weeks. Let's ask what's up. By Joe Farwick, first one in the chat as well as first one in the queue. Hellscure as well. What's good? What's good with you, Mr. Z Music? What's up? Low Grav, welcome back. That was not anywhere near what I wanted that to sound like. Thank you all very much for your kind words. I like to start on like something of a guitar solo or something like that. Nature, live, I've been doing a lot of live guitar these days. It's actually why these past 2 weeks I've been just physically incapable of streaming. Physically incapable and mentally incapable. I've been doing this pretty fucking crazy corporate contract. I could talk about it now. But yeah, I've been playing guitar in this, like, this is backwards for you guys, but it's a flashback to the 80s, Edition Rock, which means rock edition in French. And yeah, corporate contract at the Montreal Casino, whole big thing, sold out audiences 3 nights in a row, and we just played 80s covers, you know, the kind of shit that I grew up listening to, you know. A couple of people I knew were there. That was nice. Managed to get a few of my family, a bit of my family, and a couple of my friends out to see the show. It was pretty intense, y'all. I don't know if I have any videos to show you. I guess I can't access WhatsApp because I got one where I'm like singing and playing. Let me see if I could access WhatsApp off a browser. Because this shit's crazy, yo. Like, for real, this is one of the larger productions that I've been a part of on like a corporate guitarist's level. And I gotta say, it was pretty pro. It was pretty pro, guys. We had a whole setup. It was like an in-ear monitoring, and it was all of the official things essentially. Real backstage, real green room, real dressing rooms. It was like the thing when you think like you're a professional musician. The things you think, it's that. A whole like Meyer line array system in the room. Almost 700 seats filled every single night. It was just the kind of corporate gig that you play, and you're like, oh, I see, and that's where the money is too. So it's good for everyone, honestly. A lot of middle-aged people going in there singing Bon Jovi with us, so it was a lot of fun. I wish I should have prepared something. I've been literally just playing catch up since the last show this past Sunday, and so like. I've had no time whatsoever. I even forgot a few things. I had to fold some laundry yesterday, and I completely forgot about that. But like just catching up with that shit has gotten up to me, and I'm just happy to be streaming. I'm happy to be with you guys. What's good with y'all? How's everyone been, y'all? It's that kind of day where I'm just like easing myself into it a little bit here. Hope everyone's doing well. We have a little queue here, so I guess we could get started, I suppose. Yeah. Might as well. Why the fuck not? You know, like, it's that, I guess people are anxious to get started as well, as it's been a couple of weeks, so we might as well jump on into it. Joe Farwick, doing well, man. Excellent. Good. Well is better than not. Low Gravity just resubscribed. Hey, all right. Thank you very much. I thought for some reason you were already a subscriber. You were moments before. Hellskier, what's up? You're doing amazing. That's nice. I'm glad everyone is doing well. So, cheers to y'all. Some nice energy drink featuring theanine. I love this shit, man. Like, honestly, if I could get sponsored by these guys, I would. I love this energy so much. Clean and like naturally derived caffeines, not like artificially injected. And it does again have theanine in it, which is like the thing that you usually find in tea that kind of balances out the big swell of energy from caffeine. And so this is nice, and it does feel that way. Like, I don't necessarily get a huge rush from this. It's just this nice constant flow of energy, almost like if I need to tap into it, it's there, you know. And Peach Mango Punch Jesus Christ, what a good flavor. Guru, you're the best. Not a sponsor. Wish they were a sponsor. Guys, let's jump into this. By Joe Farwick, you love energy drinks too. It's best while making music. Well, why don't you, on that note, show me what you've made music-wise. Drop your SoundCloud link here in the chat, folks. For those who don't know what it is, I'm sure I have just a bunch of returning listeners here, but as it is, we have y'all like submit your SoundCloud link. Yes, SoundCloud link only in the chat, just making it clear to everyone who's here. When it's your turn, so there's a queue. We get you in the queue. You wait your turn, and then when it is your turn, you do what Joe Farwick just did. Drop the link directly into the chat. I'll pop it open. We'll listen to it together, and then we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it for free for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I mean, we might not need 10 minutes for this particular production, if I'm being honest with you, Joe. Just because it's 55 seconds, as we will soon see. But 10 minutes is what you get with me for free. If you have a longer song, if you think that what needs to be worked on requires longer time, you can do a couple things. You could, you could do one thing. You could subscribe. Subscribe at Tier 1 and you get 15 minutes total time. Tier 2, 20, and Tier 3, 30. With also the option to do a, Tier 3 gives you a live, option to do a live Discord call with me while we're listening to it and stuff like that on air. Because you're, at that point, you're supporting the stream directly, like you're literally almost paying by the hour for a stream, for a consultation rather, at that point. Well, we could talk about it as well. We do consultations on and off the air as well. We've done it before and we'll do it again. So let's pop this open though. Let's see it. This is made without autotune and without a click. Okay. Yeah, now we're back. So, Gone, the demo by Joe Farwick. And so we're going to listen to this together, and then we're going to talk about it for as long as we need to. I don't necessarily know that it's going to take 10 minutes to really get into everything, although maybe, you never know. We have it if we need it, but if we don't need it, we still have it. Let's get into it together. What's going on? MIR95. How you doing? Welcome back, or welcome for the first time. Appreciate you. We're going to listen to this song together, and we're going to talk about it thereafter. So without further ado, Gone, the demo by Joe Farwick.
Don't you know how this love has gone through the river and through the storm, through the endless of hope? We will never die broke. Can't you see that this love is out? I'm back and I'm over it now. I'm back and I can't make a sound. This life is over, but next life is up. Can't you see that this life is up?
Awesome. Like, that was great. Now, obviously, it's not the final version of anything, but the ideas that are here, the composition, the actual composition of it was phenomenal. Like, I love how it leads in. I love how it comes in with the strings, and now it's like, okay, you got your intro, now we're ready for part 2. Awesome. I'm so stoked. Like, this makes me want to listen to the next part of the song or the next song. I don't know how you're going to do this, but this could very well be, when it's well produced and when it's well, like, stitched together, mix-wise and performance-wise, this could very well be easily the opening of a really great album. Exactly. Interlude for an album. You took the words right out of my mouth. It was fantastic. Let's see what y'all got to say, although I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that shit. And Echoey, what's good? Welcome back, dude. Haven't seen you in a while. Well, hello, fellow music person. Hello, fellow kids. I got this nose hair that's tickling me, so you're gonna see me scratching my nose a lot today. It's not the Coke. That was all weekend. Hellskier, wow, Joe, this is good. No, that was raw. Loved it. I totally agree with all of those things. We're gonna get into a couple of things here either way. Joe is grateful. Prod Unresolvable thinks it's epic. I tend to agree with you. Low Gravity, that was so cool. Interview on album. Magic Mike because he's magical. Are we sending in Discord or in chat? If you need some instructions, Prod, command feedback in the chat. We'll get you instructions on how to do it. How to get into this whole environment here. Amazing. Thank you so much. It was amazing. It was gorgeous. Echo E by Joe Farrell. Stop using autotune from now. Good. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how to like concretely accomplish that because we have the time, honestly. Bring back realness. Fuck yeah. It was horrible. Oh my God, just so bad. Come on, that was good for a demo. Yeah, it fucking was good for a demo. It's a good demo. I got you up, Mike. Little lurk. I'll lurk. Hey, how you doing, Evil Knights? Welcome back. Appreciate you. I appreciate all my lurkers, honestly. I appreciate y'all. Low Gravity hit me for some feedback. Also, yeah, you guys figured it out. There we go. So let's talk about this. Like, first of all, I just got to say the vocals. Let's just go back to a certain section. I felt like you look and sound like Chris Cornell. Like, let's just say it out loud. But like, listen to this part specifically.
Roar, can't you see that this love is out? I'm back and I'm over it now. I'm back and I can't make a sound.
So yeah, I liked that. I like that vibe for sure. I love Chris Cornell. Rip indeed. Prod and Resolve, one of the best ever. Like one of the best rock singers I think ever. Comparatively with control and style, like finesse and style, I guess. It just one of the top ever. Such amazing singer. Oh, my SoundCloud is just unresolvable, so you know it's not Prod. Well, that's the way it's gonna be here, dude. It's just SoundCloud links, just for so many reasons. But yeah, we're gonna stick with that. I still don't think he killed himself. We're not gonna get into the politics of this during Joe Farwick's. Maybe between reviews, we'll talk a little bit about that. Okay, so how to accomplish great pitch without autotune. There's a couple of ways of going about it. So having accompanying music while you're recording is a helpful tool when you're like trying to track your vocals. So you have a pitch reference. You don't have to like imagine it and then your vocals sway without you even knowing it. Especially when you're into it in the emotional sort of way that you're supposed to be when you record your final takes. You're supposed to incorporate emotion into your performance, and it's hard to maintain pitch when you have no reference. Mr. Z Music, no autotune, yes, but take the time to tune per hand. No. So no, we're not using auto-tune or manual tuning. No pitch correction. We're imagining this from a place where we're not incorporating pitch correction at all. So we need that. Well, with this track, instead of recording through headphones, I put the vocal in the room on speaker quietly and then recorded the harmonies. That leaves tiny bleed, but I feel it's different. Listen. That's a way of going about it for your demo, no problem. When you're gonna need to record this, you're gonna need to use headphones, and you're going to need a reference pitch. It's just the way it is. If it's just gonna be a piano to keep you on track, just very, very low in your headphones, is gonna be one thing. Oh, he got ads. Hold up. Let's pause this timer, and let's play this song. Let's play this song while he gets ads.
This life is over, but next life is up. Can't you see that this life is up?
Oh shit! Low Gravity with the VIP move. Low Gravity with the VIP move. Look at that. Look at that. That is some classy ass shit. I'm going to shout you out right now, Low Grav. Thank you, my dude, for supporting the stream in the way you do, but also for permitting Joe Farwick to be ad uninterrupted. That also means, by the way, because I've never gotten to do this before live on stream, I'm so excited. That means we add 5 minutes to Joe Farwick's timer, so we get to talk a little bit more about his song. So it's going to be 8:39. 8:39. I said 8 minutes 39. It's very slow. How do I can I do 8? Well, whatever. We'll do 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Can I really not do anything? Jesus. 8 minutes 30 seconds. Let's start. Okay, so now it works. 8 minutes 39 seconds. There we go. Okay, we got it. So, resume. So, there we go. That's really cool. Appreciate you, Low Gravity. That's nice. So he doesn't get the ads too. It's during his review. It's really kind. Okay, so the way we would go about recording like proper harmonies and proper tracks, the first thing you want to do is record yourself some solid like lead vocal tracks, and reference pitch is going to be necessary for that. You're going to need that. You're gonna need that basically in the headphones. Something like just literally what's the key? Just to keep that reference. That's for your main track. I would recommend also having those on for your harmonies specifically, because your vocal will depend on it. But when you record your harmonies, and you want to only use the actual tracks. So there's this thing that you kind of have to be aware of while you're singing and while you're tracking all of these harmonies simultaneously at the same time, is if any of those harmonies are stepping on your main melody or stepping on your other harmonies that you're doing, because you got a lot of layers here. But there are moments where they're kind of crossing and dangerously. Now, I don't know, I'm going to listen to it again to make sure, but I don't think that it's a harmony problem. I think it's just a pitch or performance problem. But let's listen.
I'm back and I can't make a sound. This life is over, but next life is up. Can't you see?
Okay, yeah. So those harmonies stepping on each other, just be aware of them. They might be temporarily creating that tension, but then the release might be fine. So I'm not saying to take that thought out, but I'm just saying that you're probably going to want to do the following. You're probably going to want to compose all of the vocal lines in like a piano roll or in like a score, and so you could actually have the harmonies, the reference pitches for the harmonies. I'm not saying you're going to need them, but I'm saying that when there are a lot of harmonies layering one on top of the other, to mute out all of the vocal lines except the one that you're focusing on right now is going to really help you conceptualize sticking to one note. And with so many layers, it's almost like it's kind of like when you're in school and you're taking notes. You're not necessarily going to use those notes in the test. You might not even be allowed to bring them into the fucking test unless there's a cheat sheet allowed. But the idea is to just take the notes of which notes are going in which order for which vocal line. Because as you said, you did it all in your head and you had to move and cut some on this one. So yeah, that's good to conceptualize, to riff out what you're going to do. I wouldn't do it any other way. I would do it manually for sure. But now it's the time to get like precise, I guess is my point on this one here. And that's a good way of going about it, is just basically composing each of your melody lines on top of the beneath the vocals that you're actually going to record on top of. And like I said, keep it on mute. And the thing I would say you keep on always is just accompaniment chords, comping chords, like literally just as a background to refer to your pitch. That is one that I probably wouldn't mute at any point when I'm recording those harmonies. Live is one thing. But I'll be honest with you, even live, reference pitch tracks are a real thing. Like I said before we started, I did the pro gig this weekend, and we had in-ear monitors. And in our in-ear monitors, our singers and even in my mix as well, to a certain extent, we had like little pianos just to give us the reference pitch before a song starts, so that if there's no pitch, if I'm not playing guitar or if the keys aren't playing anything, we have something. And that is a perfectly acceptable and extremely common professional tactic. Why wouldn't you take advantage of that in a studio context as well? You make yourself a chord progression just so that you can fall back on it and like lock in. And then what's cool when you lock in with long drawn out harmonies to these is like you lock in and then you just let that like melody kind of take you. And so you could very well dial up the personality in each take. That's tip number one. On the piano, you'll also get more ideas. You absolutely will. It's going to inspire you because it's a polyphonic instrument. You're going to be able to like fuck with the harmonies a little bit. But it's mostly just as a reference track. The other thing that I learned is if you want a big sound for your vocals, you probably need a pretty dead room. But if you step back like 3 feet from your microphone and you have a decent signal to noise ratio on your mic and on your preamps and stuff like that, if you're not using a Focusrite Scarlett and the mic that came with that package, essentially, if you have a bit of a better setup than that sonically, you could dial in with enough gain, but not too much, a nice place where you can step 3 feet back from the microphone and just give the room of the sound of the room to take some space in your vocal recording. Since you're doing all of these vocals yourself, I recommend maybe for some harmonies doing a close-up take, like about a foot away, as you do with vocals, like just about between 6 inches and a foot away. And then you do a second take 3 feet away, so you get that distance. And so those layers will create this natural chorusing with those two vocals so that they will like kind of complement themselves, but it's going to sound like two different singers because you're close to the mic and you get that proximity effect, and then you step back from the mic and you get that just room effect. If you have a dead treated room similar to what I have, I just learned that trick from one of my colleagues, and it's going to be something I'm going to be doing for most of my vocals from now on, having a close take and a far away take, because it creates such a huge, specifically for a cappella vocals, it is such an amazing trick. And if you can get, I don't know if you have a band here, Joe Farwick, but if you can get your band in to do like group harmonies, with your mono mic, you get all three of you guys to like record one of your harmony takes as if you were going to play it live, and you record that as another layer. This is going to start to sound really huge, but will still retain a very analog, very performance quality to it. And this is all without any post-processing. We're not talking about the mix, we're not talking about the reverbs, we're not talking about anything. I don't recommend, if you're going to do so many of those vocals takes to create this huge sound, that you tune it too much, because you're going to have to manually tune every single one, and then you're going to lose some of the things that make that sound, that personality, that analog feel. You're going to deaden some of those effects. You might have to record a couple more takes to catch that back, if you are going to manually pitch correct yourself. That's why I'm kind of like, maybe it's better to just perform properly, and it'll save you time in the mix and in the editing of sorts. I'm solo, unfortunately, but I could get a choir maybe in my city. That would be insane. You would have to score that out. You would have to like compose that so you can get some sheet music in front of them. But honestly, even if you did it yourself, dude, of two close takes, usually the choir would be crazy. Hellscare would be nuts. But 2 close takes of each of your lines, and 1 far away take, and you're gonna have so much to work with. 2 good close takes, and the far away take doesn't even have to be that crazy. We're gonna finish up here, but like the far away take doesn't have to be that precise. Again, it's more to get the air in between your microphone and your voice, as well as your voice. So honestly, if it's a little bit kind of less pitched than that, less perfectly pitched than that, it doesn't really matter for the faraway take. As a matter of fact, it might even benefit it from being a little bit of natural chorusing. That said, if you can get perfect takes every time, then by all means, go off, sis. But that's it, man. Like, again, this song, as it is composed, that is, as it is demoed out here, makes me want to keep listening to this, to more. Is so you have composed something that's like ready for production, and that's beautiful. I'm excited to see the album of this music. I'm excited to see it. I think you could really get something interesting going from this aesthetic. I would love to produce an album of this nature, honestly, like work with the artist who wants to compose it and like really sit down and like not only be part of the mixing process, but be part of the like arrangement and compositional process. I would love to like sit down with an artist and like hash out an album like this, because it's worth it. It's really like it's one of those that sounds like it's gonna be fucking epic. Honestly, it sounds so cool. Let's just listen to those final harmonies one more time.
That this life is
Awesome, dude. Awesome. Super duper clean and like every moment of emotion has been like properly arranged in the correct order, and I'm very happy about that. So either way, by Joe Farwick, thanks for allowing us to listen to this online, for allowing us to participate in its perfection, to allow us to really like lean into how to get the cleanest possible vocals of this particular type of production. For allowing us to like comment on it, provide critique, feedback, analysis, what have you. We are grateful of it. Joe Farwick, new subscriber. Thanks to Low Gravity, our latest chatter. We appreciate you both. But either way, Joe Farwick, thank you for trusting us with your track. My dude. Very cool. Very, very cool stuff. And we are going to keep it moving on down the line here, folks. I don't know if it did the next properly. No, it did not. I'm just going to do it in the chat as it works. Low Gravity by Joe Farwick. I would be totally down to work with you on this. It's so cool. Let me know if you'd be interested. Geez, is going to be scary going from this to my phone recorded song. We will get to that, Hellscare. Don't worry about it. If you have email or Instagram, feel free to write me and share more of your music. Low Gravity, thank you again, Mike, for listening. All my pleasure, my dude. And again, like if this is an album that you're looking to really like lean into seriously, I'm also curious to see what I could contribute to that sort of creative process. So hit me up. All right. We've got Hellscure up next. Got the track pulled up. Guitar, I Need. Hit me up off stream, Joe Farwick. I am literally now a guitarist for hire. Since this year, I am considered to be now a professional guitarist. So I always have been a little bit. Like I've always done guitar gigs on the side, but never to I'm on a contract with a company as a pro guitarist with gigs booked for the future and currently. Like now, this is kind of a thing I'm doing this year. So hit me up off stream for some guitar work, mixing, mastering, whatever you want, man. A lot of fun. All right. I have $1. Can you record for 1 minute? I am not that cheap. Hellscure. That's so exciting. Mike, love to hear it. Yeah, dude, it is really exciting, Hellscure. And honestly, I'm not used to it, but here we are. Here we are. By Joe Farwick, hell yeah, whisper me or IG or email. You'll talk to each other. You'll talk to each other. You'll first to hear from me being signed. Would love to connect soon once I figure it out. The first year for me being signed too. Yay! You're signed. Hey, signed artists. Woohoo! Signed artists. Yay. Yeah. Don't worry about the autocorrect. Low Gravity. It's all good. Flamethrower RD Alt. Thank you very much for following. Thanks to all our followers today. We appreciate y'all supporting the stream. We're at 669 followers. I do, and we were. Who was that? I don't know a name. Thank you also for following. Even though we were at 669 followers. That's fine. I love you. I love you still. Okay, folks, let's jump into this here. This being Zoz, the Last Train Cipher, also known as a Hellscure on our dear Twitch channel. Flamethrower, do I just send links in the chat? Not yet, but soon. Join the queue. I don't know a name. You have nothing. You have nothing to worry about. It was just like we were at 669 followers, so for a moment it was nice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have followed. You have nothing. We still appreciate you, my dude. Honestly, very much. All right, Last Train Cipher by Zoz. Let's listen to. Got some lyrics too. Let's listen to it and check it out together, shall we? Let's go.
I'm spitting crack through my jaw, makes it feel like dope syringes. Man, my pen, it moves commode if it's giving you motion sickness. I guess I'm out here and really been at it. You're just an old stone junk and I'm a rapping fanatic. I can't believe that I'm living this lie. Can call it organized crime if they take your life. Taking the ice off your carcass, gave the chain to your wife. I'm really nice with it, like Iron Mike in his fights. My crew strapped with multiple weapons. If a punk get any small, we could comfortably check him. I lay him out with just a touch of his bones. I'm proficient with the way my words are flowing my tone. My battle wounds are slowly turning into iron scabs. No crystal ball shit, but I ain't stuck in the past. Count a buck if my buddy passed the luxury tax. You need to study my craft. Playing cards in the corner, puffing cigar smoke. A lot of arguing over dollars, we all broke. Still be kicking shit like Ronaldo. Psych, I'm a typical Mexican like Carlos. He stroked like a baby in a locked car. A lot of rappers sucking dick for clout, I gave him lockjaw. Fucking sauce, bitch.
Okay. Hey, you got some good flow. Let's start by saying that, right? I think we can all agree it's got decent rhythm. Like you're not off time at any point, which I'm liking. Got a few moments that are like questionable timing, but not in the sense of like you're off the grid or you're doing something incorrectly. Mostly that like there's some dead air or some space that we would need to fill or maybe displace a syllable or two. We'll get into it. But overall, good flow, good sound. Not so good sound. Like you said it already that you record off your iPhone, and that's a problem if you take yourself seriously. Like it doesn't work. It works in a demo sense, right? So if you're demoing out, perfectly serviceable to have your phone beside you and to just record some ideas. But if we're taking our music seriously, we gotta just, even if you got yourself like an iPhone interface, so you can record some vocals over some tracks. Like, what's it called? Hold on, I had something here. No, I just put it away. But like something that literally goes like, it's like an iRig or something like that. Those are better than an iPhone speaker. Especially if you can get yourself like a decent a condenser microphone, an Audio Technica AT2020, not the 4040s, those are much more expensive, but the AT2020s by Audio Technica. Even the USB version, it's not great, but it's better than this. You record in your closet with one of those, and you're gonna have just like infinitesimally better audio than this, and it's worth it. For the $100, it's worth it. So I would get on that. Personally. That would be my step one, first thing to improve in your song. All right. The second thing is, Hellscure, I think I know the answer to this, but you're not producing the beat. You're only like recording the vocals, right? Like I'm assuming someone who's recording off of their iPhone doesn't necessarily have the studio technology to produce this song as well. So that's what I figured. Only vocals. Yeah. Okay, cool. So Ben Zern, what's up? Welcome back. Okay, so we will address only vocal things. Let's start with one very easy and obvious answer. recording of ad-libs and overdubs of your vocals, like doubling your end of phrases and stuff like that, that's important. That's also a thing where you should probably step up your game in that respect because you have good flow and it deserves to employ all of the tricks that popular rappers use. And that's I think, to say the least. The ad libs and the overdubs are kind of just going to fill in some of those empty spaces, some of those awkward like sort of spots, some of the awkward phrasing as well. Like for instance, battle wounds are slowly turning into iron scabs. It kind of feels rushed. It kind of feels end heavy rather than top heavy. Let's just go back to that one real quick.
Getting tomorrow, we could comfortably check him. I lay him out with just a touch of his bones. I'm proficient with the.
So just as an example, like when you're doing the like I'll lay him out, you got an ad lib in the background going like yeah out, like just to fill that space. Like if I were to just like drop some ad lib bullshit over your track a little bit.
Weapons, if a punk getting tomorrow, we could comfortably check him. I lay him out with just a touch of his bones. I'm proficient with the way my words are flowing. My tone, my battle wounds are slowly turning into iron scabs.
So my battle wounds, that's something that I was gonna get to, but like just I have my mic here just in case I need to throw some stuff. My battle wounds are slowly turning into iron scabs. It's you're leaving some space in the middle. My battle wounds, dead air, are slowly turning into iron scabs, and then you're jumping right away. No crystal ball shit, but I ain't stuck in the past. And that flow doesn't align a little bit. My battle wounds are slowly turning. Battle wounds are slowly turning into iron scabs. Already a little better, but
are slowly turning into iron scabs.
Like you know what I mean? Like constrain that a little bit. Even if you wanted to say something like flow on my tone, my battle wounds slowly turning into iron scabs, like dispersing that little thing will feel a little bit more matching. No crystal ball shit, but I ain't stuck in the past.
Yeah, no crystal ball shit, but I ain't stuck in the past.
The other thing here, count a buck if my buddy passed the luxury tax.
Count a buck if my buddy passed the luxury tax. You need to study my craft.
There's a delay or an ad-lib begging to be there. Like
study my craft.
Craft.
Playing cards in the
something like that stupid. Something that stupid could make that much of a difference, honestly. It could really, really help you a lot. What else do we got here? I think that's pretty much it, because the other sort of verses felt pretty good.
Corner puff and cigar smoke, lot of corner puff. Playing cards in the corner, puffing cigar smoke. Lot of arguing over dollars, we all broke. Still be kicking shit like Ronaldo, like I'm a typical Mexican like Carlos.
Again, the flow. Like, I would add another rhyme at the end of Carlos. Not necessarily always doubling or doing like a repeat. Because again, your flow is very full until the end of these phrases. You're leaning more towards the end of the phrase, and then Carlos kind of leans back from the end, so it leaves more space at the end. And it feels a little awkward. It's like I'm a typical Mexican like Carlos. Does it help that one of my best friends is named Carlos and he's from Mexico?
Like I'm a typical Mexican like Carlos.
The flow here is good.
Still be kicking shit like Ronaldo, like I'm a typical Mexican like Carlos.
I would even maybe put something that rhymes with Carlos in Spanish. I'm trying to think of a rhyme. I don't speak very good Spanish, but I would put something in Spanish at the end of that phrase. It would emphasize that point. Very funny. It's just I keep coming to no mames way, but like it doesn't rhyme necessarily. Is Def's ifching for those ad libs in some parts? Definitely. What if you speed up the track a bit? That shortens the empty space as an idea. But again, that's not the feel of this song. That's not what the essence of this song is going for. This song needs to kind of lay low and feel heavy. And I can feel that in the song because you're just getting that. It sort of has to feel a little lethargic, if you will. The goal of Mr. Z is not to artificially recreate an environment so that it suits one element. The goal is for one element to suit the environment. You're doing far less work in that way. And I think that same thing with the auto-tune that you suggested before. The idea is not to recreate a new environment. It's you have this beautiful environment that you've composed or that you're rapping in or singing in, whatever it may be, and you don't want your elements to feel out of place in that environment. If they do, put it in another song. It's just far less work. It's just far less work instead of redefining the entire aesthetic of a song. And that's just efficiency. But yeah, so like, heat stroke like a baby locked up in a car. A lot of rappers sucking dick for clout and gave them lockjaw. Great lyrics. Great lyrics. I mean, like, it's not necessarily anything revolutionary in the sense of like crazy, never seen before words. Nothing like that, but you know, it's funny. It entertains me when I'm looking at these lyrics. I'm having a good time. You know, like it's a lot of good allusions. Allusions, not illusions, but allusions to a lot of either whatever sexual references or superiority references. It's a bit macho, if you will. That's why I'm saying it's not reinventing the wheel. It's just sort of doing what rap does, which is kind of self-boasting a little bit. That's fine. And I'm not against that as long as it entertains me, which I think this did. So that's my whole point with this. So I think you did a good job, Helskier, with the composition. We've had 2 songs so far where the composition is phenomenal, and like this one, well, they both need maybe a little bit of like looking over, but the execution is really where the perfection can be found, if you will. Excuse me. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'd prefer something that is poorly executed but properly composed than something that is properly executed but poorly composed. I think. I go to a show and I see someone not quite nailing the harmonies, but the idea that's there is like inspiring and really like gives me energy. I'm happier than a show where it's just very generic and it's perfectly executed. You know what I mean? I like personality in my performance. That said, I would prefer both. So if we can, which we can, with this kind of stuff, we absolutely can. It's pretty easy, as a matter of fact, to kind of execute this expertly. I'm not saying that it's easy to get to this point with all the practice that is required for you to get to this point. But my point is if you're at this point, you're basically just rapping. You're basically just saying words in rhythm. It's not that hard as a physical act. You're not singing. Singing is far harder. You have to not only incorporate rhythm, you have to incorporate a pitch. This is relatively easier. Just physically speaking, with the throat, the way the muscles work. And so then my point is that, like, if you have that lower level of difficulty for performance, you should really be nailing it. Which, again, performance-wise, I don't think it was the problem. I think the recording of it was really more of the problem, and some positioning and some composition. But overall, I think your performance is, for you, at this level, should be easy. Because you're good. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like you've practiced. Anyways, thank you very much, Helskier, for allowing us to listen to the song online together, to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. You're a talented rapper. You're a decent composer. Again, like little things that need some snipping and some rearranging. That's fine. Minor cuts. But either way, we've done pretty good music. You made a pretty good music song here. Shouts out to your producer, who is whoever it was, gave you something that works with your vocals, so that works well. And either way, Helskier, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to be moving on down the lines. Helskier and everyone who is with us today, feel free to stick around even after your review, because you might learn something from another person's song. like it happens all the time where I got someone who sticks around and then they're like, oh, I relate a lesson in one person's song to another person, in a previous song rather, to another person's review. I relate a current lesson to that, and yeah, it could be enlightening because you could see that lesson playing out in a different context, and it's like, oh, that's how I'm going to try it. It's very, very easy, and that happens all the time. Mr. Z Music, it is your turn. Thank you for the link. I'm going to pop it open. You are maybe kind of biased as an electronic music producer. Well, electronic music enables you to just kind of shift the environment around you much easier than with physical instruments. So that would make sense a lot. Devious Furball. Rappers need to get their booster shots if they're suffering from lockjaw biology jokes. That was funny. That was good. Welcome back, by the way, Devious Furball. And that was good. It was pretty good. Permatep, yeah, it's honestly so true. Stick around for sure. Appreciate that. Hellskier does as well. Gonna lurker while he gets ready for volleyball. Really cool. Volleyball's a hell of a sport. I used to have a lot of fun in high school playing volleyball, even though like for the bottom, this always hurt. It always did. I don't know how you get used to that. I always used to like go with the palm instead of the base of the wrist where it's far more steady because it just hurts. It's just like getting slapped on your wrist over and over. It's painful. Okay. I'm not a professional. Listen, I'm a pro guitarist now. I'm not a pro volleyballist. All right. So now we got Mr. Z Music. Mr. Z, because I'm Canadian. I should say that. Also, all y'all Americans, I'm so sorry. Whatever's going on down there, it probably doesn't sound ideal to most humans living in the States right now. It sounds like more difficult to live down there. Notwithstanding everything that people have been saying about my own place of residence, I'm just trying to emphasize a little bit of empathy for y'all because sounds like it sucks. Please don't invade my country. We got the being part down, just not the human part. That is an apt resumption of that, Echo. Low gravity sucks is an understatement. Yeah, like I've been just seeing some of that shit, and I mean, tariffs just came into play, I think it was today. The tariffs against Canada and all of the other countries, I think they start as of today officially. And like, meanwhile up here, I got to tell y'all something. Hold on. Mr. Z, I promise we'll get to your music in a second. I have to tell you this beautiful thing. So you guys might get some ads. I don't know where you guys get ads, but I don't know if there's a restaurant called Pizza in the States too. But in Canada, there's a chain of pizza stores or pizza restaurants called Pizza. I don't know how international this thing is. And they've been streaming this ad on YouTube and stuff where it's like the reverse tariff deal. So it's 25% off any pizzas you order. And I found that very funny. And I also found that it was like a very not so subtle jab at the whole thing, the whole situation. But meanwhile, while that country, I won't say y'all because it's not y'all, it's the people in charge. While the people in charge from your country are giving us our taxes, we're getting discounts. We're getting pizza discounts. Anyways, I found that funny. We're gonna actually listen to Mr. Zed's song here. Get Me Out of This. So many people involved in this. Kresh, Vincent, Alex, Turcotte with the Mr. Z remix. Okay, so I see it's a Mr. Z remix of all of these people's songs. I wonder if that's going to give me some trouble, copyright-wise. But we'll see. I don't care. I like remixes. It will be okay. Sacrificing the firstborn children only happened in Englandshire for breakfast. Prefer Brexit. I said breakfast. My mind's way too focused on bacon and sausages. God bless the pizza. Indeed. All friends of me. Oh, okay, cool. All your friends. Very nice. Well, let's listen to the remix of Get Me Out of This by Mr. Zed. Yeah, Canada. What are you gonna do? All right, here we go. We're going to call it around 7 minutes at this point, just because we have, we did kind of fuck that up on the timer. Thank you, Low Gravity, for checking me out on that. Okay, let's get into this here. First thing I'm going to say is it's a great composition. I kind of have to agree with Permatemp. It's a great like set of musical choices that you've made, although busy, very busy a lot of the time. So I would maybe play a little bit more with Negative Space in general, but we're gonna get to how in not so long. I'll also say that your loud parts are a bit loud, like your mastering on your loud crescendos is maybe scratching -5, -6 LUFS. I'm not saying that that's a negative thing. I'm just saying that I personally, as someone who values my ears, turns you down. At the end of the day, I'm lowering you in like the overall system here, just because it gets that loud. I'm not a huge fan of the loudness wars. I think we should all agree on a number of LUFS, and we all try and aim for that standard, just kind of like 0 dB without going over. But people have been competing with loudness for now decades, so what are you gonna do? All right. I like I said, I enjoy a lot of the compositional elements of this. It keeps me engaged a lot of the time, and it keeps me guessing as well. Like, I think something's coming and then it changes it up on me, so I like those things. I would maybe suggest, just because the intro itself is quite long, and you did You did do a fake out here, which made me think you were going to have a drop here. We were certain we were getting a drop at this point. Yeah, it's really loud. It's really loud. I heard a lot of distortion on instruments, but that might be because of the clipping from the master. Yeah, so Primitem, I don't think my master, it could be clipping a little bit, actually. I could, I'm going to lower that off a little tiny bit, just to make sure that we're just under the clipping level. Let me just see here with my old OS. Let's see here. Yeah, that should be better. Not on your master, I don't think. I don't think so. Not on my master, at least. I do think that there is some clipping on this master, but I know I've known people to like limit their track using a soft clipper. So, excuse me. That is not something that I've not heard of, and I don't have a problem with it as long as it's clean. I will say that this is a little bit, it's getting on the scratchy sort of end of the spectrum a little bit. Not so bad, but it's starting to scratch my ears a little bit. Again, I'm turning my potentiometer down by maybe like 2%, just to say, or rather maybe more like 3%. Anyways, so the long intro until we get to the drop, because really when we arrive at the drop time-wise, we're over 1 minute. It's not that it's a bad thing. Again, you've kept us engaged this entire time. You've given us teasers for the vocals, but honestly, at that point, I would take these vocals here. I might throw them here. I don't think this part is engaging enough to keep our attention for 1 minute. Eventually, we do get engaged. Like if we tough it out, is my point here. If we tough it out for approximately 20 seconds, we are starting to become engaged, but not that much. Because what is extra? We have a drum set now, and we have a bass. The vocal samples that are just sprinkling themselves in there, which are nice. Everything's well executed on that sense. It's just that the song itself has not really been very engaging as of this point yet. So I would probably take this vocal part and just start with it on. And then I would probably glitch the shit out of it in this section. I would fuck with it. I would make this section super chaotic. Like you're starting to do it, you're already insinuating that you're going to do it, and in order for us to have the familiarity with the vocal track, but then fuck with it, it would be a wiser bet to put your vocals in the early parts of the song. Okay, the last sort of section here that I want to talk about. I think, Mr. Z, you have a little bit of work to do with balancing your loud versus your quiet parts, because I think your drops and your risers are as loud as each other, which is, in my opinion, a strategic error. Your drops should be the loudest part of your song, unquestionably so. When there's so much loudness in your drop, in your riser, it kind of undermines the drop. Let's listen to what I'm talking about. We don't really raise up. Like those moments would have been far more efficient. Those moments after the drop. Like, don't get me wrong, again, the fake out, again, it's well composed. Sort of like talking about what Permatemp said initially. It needs a little more mixing and mastering. The composition is absolutely there. We've had 3 tracks out of 3 so far where the compositional ideas, the arrangement and everything is almost finished. And all we need to do is execute it a little more properly. This is one of the ways. Mixing your quieter sections to be quieter so that your drops really have that impact. Super important. Super important. Otherwise, your own song is kind of betraying you. and betraying all of the hard work that you've put into this. So I would say personally making a couple of the quieter sections a little bit more quiet, including your risers, making your builds more defined and focused, and then your drops be far more loud and wide open. I think your vocals do have a place early on in the song, like where they belong here to really like complement the rest of your stuff. I think your loudness in general might go with hand in hand with the light distortion that Permatemp was mentioning, starting to distort on certain instruments. I think you got to be careful with your master in general. I think that's something you got to sort of watch out for, because it is important. At the end of the day, your song's dynamics should be working for the song, not against it. Dynamics is a very useful tool in your tool belt as a musical producer, and if you don't wield that tool, you're going to end up trying to hammer in a fucking screw, and that doesn't work. Having tried, it doesn't work. So yeah, again, like your balance needs some work, but your composition seems right on. Yeah? Either way, gotta fix this lighting here. Other way. It's a little too exposed though. Either way, thank you very much to Mr. Z for allowing us to listen to the song online together, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's nice. It's a good song. I like drum and bass too. In general, I dig anything that's like sort of harder style electronic music in general. Dubstep being kind of like my preference, I guess I'd say, plus electronic, hard electro. Works only for hardstyle producers. Ha! Sure. No. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's an interesting song. I think it could be more interesting. Yeah? All right. Either way, thank you for allowing us to comment on, provide criticism, comments, feedback, analysis, what have you. Good song. Needs a little bit of work in the execution, but good song. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on down the line here, folks. We got a couple of people in this queue that we got to service. Low Gravity, he said he would be right back. He got to get himself some munchies. He is with us right now. This stream is not sponsored by Guru, but I wish it was. So good. It's not that much sugar either, I don't think, for the can. 9 grams. Considering that a Coke, has anybody seen a can of Coca-Cola recently? Have you examined just a regular can of Coca-Cola recently? There's something like 60 or 70 grams of sugar in one can of Coke. Not the small cans, the regular cans. And that blew my mind. Like 60, 70 grams. When you're talking like 30 grams in one thing, that's starting to get a lot. Double that is like mind-bendingly, there's a mind-bending amount of sugar in one dose that you just drink. And the worst part is, your body does nothing with any of the other things, it just gets rid of it, but that sugar holds on to it. It's mind-numbing how much sugar there is in there. This is my health-conscious moment of the day, where I talk to you guys, don't drink Coke. I think aspartame is better than 70 grams of sugar. Let me just, I gotta find. Amount of sugar in Coca-Cola, 355 milliliters. Oh no, I'm sorry. 39 grams of sugar. It's still so fucking much. Still so fucking much sugar, guys. Don't do Coke. Got it. I didn't say that. I don't drink it. You shouldn't. If anything, Dr. Pepper's better anyways. Fight me. Wait! What am I waiting for? What am I waiting for here? What are we waiting for? Tell me, Low Gravity, what we're waiting for. I will not be fighting you. Will you not be fighting me? Or will we be listening to your song at this point? I will not be fighting you. I love Dr. Pepper. I know Dr. Pepper is the tits. My fave, personally. That and ginger ale, honestly. And you know what one good brand of ginger ale is? Canada Dry. Drink Canadian, folks. I'm just gonna start laying on Canadian patriotism, like layering it into this stream. Terrible move. Terrible move. Financially speaking, terrible move. This one is an experiment I did with AI vocals since I'm always trying to find a vocalist. All the production and whatnot is mine, just the vocal isn't. Okay. Good heads up. Good heads up. Thank you for giving us the heads up that you're using AI. I'm okay with that. You did specify it here as well, as is very clear to me and evident to me. But here we are. Let's listen to this, shall we, folks? The Owen Tracy 909. That's the artist's name, otherwise known as Low Gravity. It is a creative tool this time. I can respect that. As AI is an awesome tool to work with, honestly. I don't know why people don't see the benefit in the potential that it has in helping us actually make good music. Couch Tracks, welcome back. Thank you for joining the queue. Good to have you. Let's listen to Sunshine Dreams featuring some AI vocals by Owen Tracy 909. Let's listen and let's talk about it.
Golden rays, they light the sky. Warm touch, it's you and I. Morning breeze whispers so light. New day born out of night. Coffee steam rises so high. Birds sing love songs on the fly. Endless blue paints my sight. With you, everything's alright. Coffee steam rises so high. Birds sing love songs on the fly. Endless blue paints my sight. With you, everything's alright. Sunshine dreams fill my mind. In your heart I find simple joys in daylight beams. Living out our sunshine dreams. Skipping stones on the lake, chasing clouds that we made, holding hands till sunset break. In your eyes, my heart awakes. Laughing loud, dancing free, under trees, wild memory. Kiss me quick under the leaves. Moments like these never leave. Sunshine dreams fill my mind. In your heart I find simple joys in daylight beams. Living out our sunshine dreams. Sunshine dreams.
Okay. Good. Well done. It's craving a drop or something with those saw chords, except more stuttery. Echoey. I think I agree with you. I don't know necessarily if it's the saw chords that's or more stuttery or something like that. I would say that is a good tool for that moment if I'm imagining it in my head. Might not be the final decision necessarily if Low Gravity decides. But you also said it's like if Avicii or some house electronic producer made an Arthur song, and I'm 100% ear for it. I also enjoyed it. So in general, the aesthetic, you've done great here. You've created a nice little like sort of airy environment through which your AI voice and your main synth are kind of existing. I will say it's not done. It's not ready yet because it's missing a little bit here. First of all, I don't know if it's that AI applied your vocal delay on throughout. I don't know if that's what I'm hearing here, if that was an AI choice or not, but it's on throughout your entire song delay. And I think that already there I was like, I don't like that. It undermines the delay itself. So remove some delay from some parts. That's an easy thing. And then just throw it on for some moments, for some other moments. It's necessary. Second of all, when we step up here, we got this, it's a pretty low mix, by the way, I gotta say. Like you're obviously not at full volume yet or mastered, but it's a pretty quiet mix. It's fine, it's not a bad thing, I just had to turn it up. But it's just something to note, that you could probably juice your mixes for a little more volume.
Morning breeze,
Let's hear that transition from one section to another.
golden rays, they light the sky. Warm touch, it's you and I.
Let's analyze what we got here. We got the bass, we got the vocals with tons of delay. Then we have this, I want to say like kind of your lead synth. It's kind of like a saw of sorts, but it's kind of like a saw and a mix between a saw and a square and a sine. It's kind of like it's got this like multiple properties. It's nice. It's a nice sound. It fits the vocals. And we have our drums. Then when we take it up to verse 2,
Coffee steam rises so high.
we don't have more elements. We have the same elements that are just playing a little bit like as if they were playing louder live. Drums are a little bit more open sounding. Your switch from a cross stick to a full snare hit. Your bass has a little bit more attack and grit on it. Your synth also feels a little louder, and your vocals feel a little bit louder as well. Like everything opens up a little bit sonically. Compositionally, though, there's nothing new. There's no more layers. There's no vibe change, even though the vibe needs to change at this point. It could very well be as simple as I got some.
Birds sing love songs on the fly. New day, born proud of night. Coffee steam rises so high. Birds sing love songs on the fly. Endless blue paints my sight. With you, everything's alright. Coffee steam rises so high.
One texture change, and already this sounds fuller. Low Gravity, how much do you charge? We can work it out off stream for sure. Message me in my Discord. You have verbal permission to DM me in my Discord server. That's what you need. One of the rules, by the way, guys. DMing is not, unless otherwise permitted, not permitted. So yeah, something like that. And I feel like the same thing is happening in this section.
Coffee steam rises so high.
You have those big synths in there, and that's nice. But again, something that gives something a little bit more knee, it needs more knee.
Coffee steam rising so high. Birds sing love.
I figured it out. It's literally the same chords, just played differently.
Coffee steam rising so high. Birds sing love songs on the fly. And this blue paints my sight. With you, everything's alright. Sunshine dreams fill my mind. In your heart I find simple joys in daylight beams.
You need something more. You need another layer. This is settling it for me. Every time I put like something that I think in the next section, I'm like, okay, this is now more complete. It doesn't have to be a guitar, but I strongly recommend it. But yeah, it's always missing that layer, that extra layer of complexity. You have all of the essentials. You have the meat, you have the potatoes, you have the veggies, but you got no sauce. You got no juice. Exactly. You need more juices. You need more fat. You got all those things, you know? What's up, flamethrower? Hwah! As well. Back at you. Canadian Goose. What's up, Canada? Yeah, so exactly. You just need that thing to tie everything else together. And I think guitar works phenomenally, honestly. I could throw you some stems, honestly. Like if we work together, I'd be willing to talk about it, because if you need vocals as well, you need guitar and you need vocals. We could arrange a deal of sorts, like a package deal of sorts. But we could talk about that. What else do we got? Yeah, so verse 2.
On the lake.
Verse 2, just for the record, compositionally speaking, should not come back. This is technically verse 3 because you did 2 verses in the early parts. It should come back to this state.
Coffee steam rises so high.
Should not come back all the way back to verse 1. If it does, it should literally come back for like 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're back. So like this is you came back down too low on this section. So yeah, we need to come back to like verse 3 needs to come back down to verse 2 level, and then it needs to build up again. What else do we got? Verse 3 empty. Call and response is not enough. So this is another thing. You have a call and response. It's nice. The vocals, they're all in the same key, sort of pitch area.
Chasing clouds that we made. Holding hands till sunset.
That relationship is good. Although I will say by this point, that synth, that synth should probably alter the melody at least a little bit. Okay, so you need to start bringing that up interest-wise. Right now, what are you playing? You're playing. Okay. Like that, something like that, right?
That break in your eye.
Yeah. So you're like alternating between. Right. Cute. It's cute. But now I think it's time, especially in verse 3, it's time for that to go. Those sort of like improv, kind of as if the call and response now, they're stepping up their game. And the vocals need to follow that. So the AI vocals, by the way, I didn't even comment on them. They're fine. They're fine. They suit the song pretty well. I would probably write some AI harmonies on it so that you can have some layers. But by this point, by verse 3, your AI vocals and your like call and response melody your response melody, I should say, should probably become more interesting, a little bit more dynamic, and giving you this song, the journey is only just begun vibes. Because again, verse 3 or verse 2, technically the verse 2 section is all about keeping us engaged and not falling back to just what we had before, but falling back to what we have before and then some. The other thing is the pre-chorus. Again, this is way too long as a verse 2. I would cut this verse 2 in half, personally.
Your heart I
No pre-chorus, I don't mind.
like these never leave.
Unless you're doing a pre-chorus.
Cause in this blue page,
I see what you're doing. You're short. You're making your chorus come in quicker. Personally, I would probably put I don't actually hate that much. What I do know your song needs is a bridge. So like the key of your song is in what? An E? E flat. So you have this. Now it's time for a different chord progression for the bridge. You need a bridge. You need a bridge. I was just doing the whole circle of fifths kind of. Yeah. I think I kind of like that. So you need something a little bit sadder, a little bit farther away from home to make you feel a little bit lost on the journey. Because so far the journey is okay, but it needs to like get lost. So far we've been playing it safe the entire song. So now we need a bridge that actually really brings out the, oh shit, we're in a struggle here. We're actually in a dangerous zone. And I think, either way, that was the last thing that I wrote down, but I think that that's pretty much all your song needs. The mix is not bad, though it is quiet. We've mentioned how quiet your mixes can get, and you yourself recognized that earlier. We could mix a little bit louder. You don't have to. Again, it's a lot easier to turn it up than to have to turn it down for a mastering engineer, at least. So playing a quiet mix is fine, because he or she, the mastering engineer, could just turn it up. But again, it's just a little less pleasant, I suppose, that we have a little bit less of the juice, if you will. And we needed a lot of the juices for this song that are still not currently present. But that's fine. That's okay. It's a lot easier to add in, again, than it is to take away. So, it's good job either way. You've composed something here that is far from a bad project, honestly. It's actually a great progression here. Okay, I might actually DM you here. Dude, composition, I'm telling you, it's one of my favorite things in the world. And when I hear something that needs something, I resort to some basic pop tricks. You've not gone minor once in the song. Okay, well, let's lean into the minor. It's just we're gonna be straying far away from home for the bridge, and that's kind of the way my mind works. It just has the balance between Korean Jesus. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. It just has the balance for composition and for arrangement in general. Permatemp pause. Thank you. Lean into the minor. What am I, Drake? Permatemp. Oh, jeez. Yeah. So lean into the minor. Someone quote Kendrick at this point, because all right. Either way, Low Gravity, you've done some great work here. And I think that it's the product of your great work is good, but it is not great yet. I could see thoughts going into this. I need more thoughts going into this. And I would be happy to help you with that. I'd be more than happy to help you with that. It sounds like respectfully, of course, to you and your craft, for me as a guitarist, sounds like a quick fix to me. Sounds like you just need a couple of things bouncing back and forth, a couple of samples, and I think your song is almost pretty much good to go. That's the good news, man. You're pretty much... Whoa, you're halfway there! Wow! I'm in an 80s cover band. Oh, man. Either way. Thank you very much, Low Gravity, for allowing us to listen to the song, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, upon it. It's a good time. It's a good time. It could be a great time. And I think I'd be happy to help you get it to great. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Thanks for supporting the stream in the way you do, being a subscriber and gifting the sub. You are technically this month's top gifter. So you should be proud. Even if it's one more than I had last month. So thank you. Appreciate it. We appreciate you. And we're going to keep on moving on. Keep on keeping on here, folks. Prod Unresolvable. It is your turn. Low Gravity, High Income. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. This guy, with this kind of music, you can make a decent chunk of change. Honestly, it's not that it's just that it's very easy to like place this in the right, like either ads or in the right movies, if you will. This is the kind of music that places itself, and a lot of people will hear this kind of stuff in other things all the fucking time. Prod Unresolvable, are they with us currently? Would someone care to check? I'll check the users in the chat. Nope, they're not. We're moving on from Prod Unresolve. Oh shit! It's Echo E. Whoa, damn! One of our early viewers. I'll give you a little guitar. That's weird. It's kind of weird that I don't have all the juice that I need. It's weird. I usually have a little more juice in my tone than that, but it might just literally be the I have an electro socket 1/4-inch jack here, so either way, I think that was fine for Echo E, for an early fan. We like to make it so that King of the Hill. Let's see if I can do it. I used to know how to do it. I think it's an E. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, cool. Hey, let's go. All right, so me waiting for my computer to load as well. the picture, Echo, is everything. The picture is everything. I love it. I love it so much. Thank you so much. You're McLovin' it. Well, I'm McLovin' this. And let's see if we are McLovin' the song as we venture into the unknown. I haven't heard your stuff in a little minute here, Echo. But let's hear what it sounds like, shall we? Has Been. Ooh, sometimes I feel that way. By Echo. Let's listen to it and let's talk about it thereafter. Yes? pretty good. In general, a nice aesthetic that you started designing. Now, you said you've been struggling with the master, and I tend to see what you're talking about with that. I think I could pinpoint where you're having trouble here. That you yoinked the chord sample from YouTube. As long as it's reproduced or transformed sufficiently, I don't think that that's any problem. Sampling is a thing. Due to those mids, I've been struggling with the most compression-wise for the master. Yeah, I don't think that's the master that's the problem, man. I think it's more in the mix. You add too much in the mix, and suddenly your master is you're basically serving a master as a mix correction, not as a mastering channel. I think you're adding too much of those mids into your mix, and I think you need to choose which of those things has those mids. For instance, we will talk about it because not only did Mr. Z mention it, and I actually agree with you very, very deeply, Mr. Z, on this one. But let's start with the kick. The kick, first of all, I would say it doesn't match the lo-fi vibe as well as it could. But I think neither does the snare at that point, just to be fair, Mr. Z. And that's fine. I think that it's fine that it doesn't that it stands out a little bit. But the way that it's standing out is also kind of falling behind. In a little bit. It's blending in very deeply with the Reese bass that you have, like that sample that you're using for your kick, or whatever sound design that you're using for the kick. Essentially, the distorted sound isn't standing out much from the bass, so we're getting a little bit of low mids standing out for the actual kick impact, for the transient, I guess. But I would probably add some high-end attack to sort of match it tonally with your snare, because that will have a little bit more personality that I think will come out of the woodwork. I think your kick in general is missing some of that bite, some of that attack, that very sharp transient. And I think that, again, the resonance of your kick sounds very, very similar to your Reese bass, and it's kind of falling in there, the actual low end. It's kind of falling in there. Will the attack adjustment help that? Maybe, but keep in mind that it does kind of just blend in there, and at least you'll be aware of it in the mix. It might not be as much of a problem as I think it will be, but it might be. Either way, I Could Fix That. That's one of my favorite childhood movies. Holes. I Could Fix That. Great book too. Anyways, the master. The issue that I hear with the master is not necessarily the mids. Again, oh, you got an ad. We're gonna pause it. We're gonna pause it. You know what we do for the ads. You know what we do for the ads. What is it? Is that the song? Damn. Good chord progression that keeps me guessing a little bit. He's back. He's back. That was like the fastest ad I've ever seen. All right. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Okay. So the mastering problem that I'm seeing, okay, is that your sections aren't really standing out one from the other. Everything kind of sounds at either loud or quiet level. It's kind of weird. You're this section. Everything is dynamically at the same level. Again, if I scan through a song and I could find similar themes, that's already a big problem. But we'll talk about that in a minute. But dynamically speaking, there are no real dynamics. And again, that's in the mix, not in the mastering. So yes, your mastering is like the end result, but I think you mix-wise need to shape your songs a little more in terms of quiet sections, louder sections, and have all of the steps in between. Think of it like a sampling rate, or rather a bit rate, where the more bits you have with between 16, 24, 32-bit float, the more you have in terms of range, in terms of loudness. that is kind of how we have to think about music too, is like you have sections that should be a little bit laid back and a little bit more subdued volume-wise, so that by the time when you master it and it's all a similar level between -5 and 0, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like things are kind of like self-containing themselves. So equal loudness throughout is, in my opinion, a mistake. You're going to have a very low dynamic range in your song, and I don't think that that's a good thing. Speaking of low range or low dynamics, your aesthetic in general, it's good, it's established, you get it, or you get it in pretty early, then you kind of just stick with it. Very little changes. You got that plucky little synth, which does change things up a little bit, but you got nothing that sort of occupies the super airy highs that really like gives us that all frequencies are thought of and accounted for, if you will. That's a problem, I think. I think your low end doesn't ever get sucked out to be brought back in. That's a dynamics issue. Again, it's good to have an aesthetic. But it's good to take a step back from that aesthetic, especially for on a storytelling level. Like at some point or another, your story does have to evolve over time. Yeah, sure. Yeah, please. Yeah. No, please take your time. I'm not on live or anything. Oh, God. The girlfriend like slowly closes the door, and then she slowly sticks her hand through. Sorry. Yeah. Either way, the dynamics do need to sort of grow over time, as well as the songwriting elements, like having plucky strings that come in and then fade out. That's good. It's a good first step. But like, what else do you got? Those large Reese basses. Maybe you swap them out with something that is a little bit less dynamic, a little bit less gritty. Maybe having a quieter Reese bass, or quieter, even like just a sort of chill sub kind of feeling at some points, to like remove some of those low mids from our mix, so that when we give them back, they have far more impact. It's all about the giveth and the taketh away. You have to like play with that so that people expect something and then you switch it up on them. It's maintaining that sound, that wall of sound, only is useful when you have given us the context. And I think that that's really what's missing here, is a little bit of context, a little bit of breaks, a little bit of a breath of fresh air. And then at some point, when you've taken enough breaks and you've stepped back from it, you come back in and you come even harder, and you add another layer and you add another layer, or you change the layers that you have, you harmonize, you double, whatever you have to do, spread it out left and right. It's the shape of your song right now, kind of like it opens up and it just kind of stays level here. Whereas what I'd like it to do is to open up, dip down, open up higher, dip down, open up a final big time, and then your song is over. Like, that's really a good shape. Peak, valley, peak, valley, peak. That is a very typical musical shape for a song. And if all else fails and we have something that does not change in its dynamics or its complexity or its energy, its intensity, its interest factor, that is a good, at least a good starting point to go like, do I have peak, valley, peak, valley, peak? No. Do I have any sort of permutation of that? Do I have at least 2 valleys is, I guess, the question. No? Okay, maybe do I have at least 1? No? Okay, well then I gotta, you know what I mean? Like, you just ask yourself in order. How many peaks do I have? How many valleys do I have? There's not a mathematically correct number, right? Like, I hope you guys recognize that, like, I'm just giving a suggestion here, but at the end of the day, if you have 1 valley versus if you have 2 versus if you have 3, it all depends on the content of your song. All of the answers can work. I've had songs with 4 valleys in them and 5 peaks, but you have to have some motion. I think that's fair. I think that's where I would end that either way. Thank you very much, Echo E, for allowing us to listen to the song. Welcome back as well. I appreciate you stopping by for the first time in a long time. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, to provide the comments, criticism, feedbacks, analysis, what have you, that we do. It is what we do after all. And I think that, again, your aesthetic is intact here, Echo. You have something that is very you, and the personality is there. You come in and you go, this is me. And then you don't really say, okay, now take a break from me. Okay, now this is me even more. Now we need that. That's context. Everybody kind of needs a moment to step away so that they can begin to appreciate whatever they had in front of them. We don't see our friends every single day. We give ourselves a break from our friends a couple of days in a row, or at least even a week in a row, or whatever it is, just because. There are streaks where you can see your friends like 3 days in a row, 4 or 5 days, a week in a row, whatever it is, but then we need a break. We need a break. We need to come back home. We need to be like alone with our thoughts. That's sort of the musical equivalent that I'm asking of you, that I'm like challenging you to accomplish here, Echo. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Speaking of welcome back, I see a name I haven't seen in a minute in this chat, and that's nice. Mr. Big D, 63, welcome back yourself. Nice to see you. Korean Jesus giving you a nice greety, something like a greeting. It's a greety. Not gonna lie, I wanted to sort of take you away with that sort of theme and drift away. You're definitely right with the dynamics. I think you underestimate how much I messed up that master. No, man. Again, the master sounds tight and clean, but it just sounds unchanging. I would say that's more of a mixing error than a mastering error, because you're coming through my speakers pretty clean and at a decent level. So don't really agree with you, I don't think. What up? What's good, Echo? It's been a minute. See, y'all have been in the chat together a long time, way back when. Sorry, I do not mean to be absent. Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong, Big D. Everybody needs a break. I was just talking about it. I was just saying that everybody, when you go to your friend's house, you know, you don't go to their house necessarily every day, but if you do, I think you have like that inside sort of voice telling you, okay, you need time for yourself though. And this is exactly what context. It's context. Everything is context. Everything requires context. And stepping away is one of the best ways to accomplish that. So, in conclusion, Big D, I ain't mad at you at all. I'm just happy you're back. That's all I feel. I think you're right too, so I'm not disagreeing. All good. Even if we are disagreeing, you know, friends can disagree. As a matter of fact, it's healthy for friends to disagree with each other from time to time, if not very often. It's just the way you disagree is like in a healthy way, and then it's fine. Totally fine. I don't know a name, have to do something and head out. You are correct, and I prompted them to command leave, but you are correct about that, Flamethrower. So we're going to move on right to you, actually, directly in. So here we go. I'm pulling it up as we speak. Oh man, the old crew. What the hell? We got Big D. We got Echo E. We got Couch Track somewhere in there as well. I know you're here somewhere. I saw you. I did shout you out. Don't think I didn't see you. What's up, Couch? Oh, Flamethrower, your link, you need to give me the private link if it's a private song. Because right now it's saying the track was not found, maybe it has been removed, but I know that's usually what it does when there's private links. Let's take a look at this queue, actually. What do we got here? I got a visible queue here. We have in the queue Flamethrower RD right now, who is pulling up their private link so that I can click it open. We got Benzern, who's still here and who is next. Good on you, Benzern, for sticking around with us. We got Permatemp Official, who is also here, who triggered the Q question in the first place. So what up? We got Borodl. I don't know how to pronounce that. Let's say Borod. Let's say. We got Couch Tracks. classic longtime viewer. And we've got Korean Jesus. Love that name, dude. Love that name so hard. And now, Big D back in the queue for the first time in a little minute. So that's nice. Thank you for joining it. We appreciate you. Thank you very much, Flamethrower. That worked. All right. So we got 10 minutes on the timer for Flamethrower RD Alt. We're going to listen to the Entering the Earth's Atmosphere. The rhythm track by Xenoterroria. Interesting. I'm seeing a very high amount of dynamic peaks and valleys here. Something like I was describing from the last song, but this seems like an exaggerated version of that. Let us go with Just Call Me Xeno. So here we go with Xeno Entering the Earth's Atmosphere. Let's listen to it and talk about it thereafter. Okay. So I can tell that you have, this is actually the opposite of what usually happens. I can tell that you have a story that is like thought out, and that there's motion, and that there's like a starting point and there's an end point. and I see the journey of the main character, if you will, not really a journey so much as it is like just a starting and an ending destination, if you will. And that's sort of one of my complaints with this song, is that like you seem like you're just getting from point A to point B. Doesn't really feel artistically accomplished as it would be. So, what do we got with you guys? Permatem. Myself, I would focus on getting some different bass sounds, not different as in replace, but like for variety's sake, it sounds a little repetitive. That's one of my notes. We're going to get to that. Mr. Z Music, clip those drums. They sound too nice for rhythm, in my opinion. Also agree with that. Permatem, those alarms before the drop were a bit loud, and it sounded like you were automating the volume, which is fine, but I might also automate the filter for that. Yeah, rhythm isn't my thing, true. Yeah, like honestly, I kind of agree with all of you. Honestly, my notes here were, first of all, the intro level compared to the rest was very low. Like the dynamic points, whereas for the past couple of songs, we've had very low dynamic range. For this song, we have a way too high dynamic range. The peaks are way too high and the valleys are way too low. The dynamic difference between them needs a little bit more compression, if I'm being honest with you. And that's a problem because, again, when your snares come in and they're that loud and punchy and high, piercing, shreddy, I just want to turn down your track, dude. It's making me more go like, ow, my ears, rather than like, oh, turn this shit up because it's heavy. And that does speak to the tone of the drums that you've chosen. It is very piercing and kind of harsh. And you don't really do anything with it. You don't really change it up that much. I would have done a far more dynamically shifting drum sounds, one with more, like what Mr. Z suggested, clipping them, maybe working with more compression, maybe working with more reverb throw-ons, more reverb throw-offs. There's a lot that I would have done to this song as it exists right now, so that it feels like it's shifting over time. And that's one of the things that Permatemp mentioned. The wubs, especially the first wubs, first of all, the level of them, it's very just shrieky and high. It's like, it feels like the EQ is not properly done. It feels like you forgot to turn on some filters and some effects that would make this wub sound far more juicy and far more rhythmy. Like, this wub is not done, in my opinion, nor is it mixed properly. And it's also underwhelming in terms of like LFO, like actually how fast it's oscillating. Underwhelming, in my opinion, this wub. It gets better in this one, but I would have another 2, maybe 3 different wubs that I would alternate between. This being your main one, fine, okay, but then for like end of bar sort of throw-ons, like like you should be alternating, you should be changing things up a little bit and not just leaning on one sound because that's the sound I developed. Like, well, develop a couple more. You need it. Like those bum 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 could have very well been this low growly, almost string plucky synth that could have really brought in some heaviness to your track. But instead you stay on the same synth and you just change the note and the LFO, basically the rhythm that you're using for that one synth. Not great, personally. Same thing with the drums. Just like I would have multiple synths, I would maybe have 1, 2, 3 different drum kits that I can alternate between for fills, that I can alternate between for specifically strategic hits. I would have reverbs that I would throw on and throw off. I would do that not only to your drums, I would do that to your synth as well. Like, your synth is very mono, like your main wubs are also very, very mono. What if you had a channel where the synth was super wide? You go, whoa, 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 you know, like changing that dynamic space up over time is what's going to make this track feel fresh and not repetitive. So fucking with your stereo image, I hear it happening in the intro. I hear things moving around in the left, right. I'm like, oh, great, he exploited the stereo image. But then during the drop, it's all just right here. And I'm like, really? I feel cheated. I feel like there should be so much more thought put into where your synths appear. It's like, you need dynamics in every spectrum, except for loudness. Loudness is already way too dynamic. We need to bring the dynamics of loudness down. Snare throw-ons, reverb throw-ons and throw-offs for your snare specifically. It's a very dub move. You should listen to some dub and some reggae. You'll hear like some delays thrown on one snare hit, and it'll just open up your track, and it'll sound, again, like your own song is evolving over time. Every 7 snare hits, you throw on some big room reverb. You fucking fake it out. You know what I mean? Like, you play with it. You play with your audience. That's speaking of your snare, you should compress the shit out of it and take away some of the high end. And I would say that your false drops, a little bit repetitive. After the second one here, I was over it, honestly. Your false drop is supposed to be a very powerful tool in a producer's arsenal. If it happens twice in the same song, I'm surprised. I'm surprised because it's hard to pull off 2 false drops in the same song. If you do, it's because the 2 false drops are different. These are identical. And I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of one nor the other, personally. I would switch up both, if not only keep one. Like, just jump into your drop at first, or jump into your drop second. I don't know what needs to happen for this song. You should play with it. But like, your false drops, your wubs, your dynamics, all very the starting point of what can be eventually quite impressive, but it's only at the beginning of that stage. You have some decent ideas put down on paper or on tape, whatever the fuck, on hard disk, on magnet. You have some decent ideas thrown down here, but the execution needs to be really like juiced for all it's worth. And I think that's possible, dude. I think it's just like by doing all of the things that we've mentioned to you, you will draw out far more juice from this song. So either way, I think that's pretty much all I gotta say. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's getting there. It's getting there. You have some very decent ideas thrown down here. You love my feedback. It's actually the win feedback. I'm glad. You know, I think that it's considering what your song needs, accurate feedback. And so I'm glad if it helps. I'm super glad because I think you're getting there. It's been said. You're getting there. You'll get there. Is I think more the emotion that I would want to leave this on. You'll get there. If you do some of the shit that we told you to do. Best feedback I've gotten for this song? Well, shit! That's what I'm here for. To give the best feedback possible. The best feedback I could offer, honestly. I can't do anything else than my best, personally. So thank you for trusting us with your track. And that's as easy as that. Spend 10 minutes together and suddenly your track can evolve from like a 6 to like a 9. 6 to 9. Nice. The poor dude that we skipped. What's his face? That said he had to go. I don't have a name or something like that, or I don't know a name. He was the 670th follower, and he felt bad. He felt bad for it. He felt bad because we like removed the 669th follower. He should. No one should feel bad for supporting the stream in the way that they do. Thanks, I don't know a name. I was 669 follower. This is true. That is very true. Big D, yeah. I mean, it was stupidities. General Tips, back in the queue. What up? How you doing? Nice to see you. Good to have you back in here. We got a couple of our longtime viewers. Look at this. Fucking hell. We got a couple of heavy hitters in this chat, if you will. All right. What do we got here? Homeboys, Double M featuring Snorty. Okay. Released by Fristil Records. Okay, so just to ask you here, Benzern, if I'm commenting on an already released song, what good does that do the song? I'm not saying it won't do you good for future tracks, but we're listening to a song that will likely not change. Correct? If I'm understanding this relationship here, because it's already, like, again, it's released, which we're happy that you're from Norway, which is cool. I will make a remix. Okay, well, I guess it's that easy, right? Just make a little remix. Love your stream, Mike. Best to ever do it. You are the best to ever do it, Big D. 6'3". All right. We got Double M featuring Snorty by Homeboys. Let's listen to it and let's talk about it thereafter. And then Benzern's going to make a remix out of it. So hold him to it.
Langt bak når vi stikker av med enda flere damer jeg kan stikke av. Drikker av noen flasker broke boys, bare sikler av. Kvikner av noen drops, en vanlig fucker hadde kicka av. It is what it is, på noen vestkant shit. Mad mania i form, du vil ikke teste det. Stor fangst i dag, du kan få reste bitch. Så ta gutta mine og sikter inn på neste bitch. Baby, dette er overgrep, stemmer som faen. Jeg tenker på tids og sprit og tal. Har holdt på litt for lenge nå, formen er ikke bra. Den er fenomenal. Ikke tenk på det, alt er betalt. Du ser jo igjen, NM overalt. Har holdt på litt for lenge nå, formen er ikke bra. Nei, den er fenomenal. Ja, kjapp, digresjon, hæ. Det er meg og gutta, pimper noen babes, keeping it cool, hæ. For her på West, jeg kaller det ut i silikon. Ta bad bitches inn på don og lever livet som en pimp. Det er ikke sånn der, baby. Og hele gjengen skal ut og det blir loco. Stikker til Stabik, står og pisser mens jeg får på. Amerikaner her i Oslo er ikke grov, bro. Så ta så stikk hjem til de statene så pronto. Jeg bare slapp av. Kuken ruller fort med bussen din, den er ikke stappa. Motherfucker står og jepper om noen damer og sånn. Jeg er en Westside-kriger, vi er dagseipan. Du ser du skøyper rundt på Kollen i kveld. Setter kursen etter vinneren for Bob. En ekte kriger bruker ikke noe dong. Jeg er ikke redd for rash og bitch i min seng. Baby, dette er okay. Alt for litt for lenge nå. Baby, ikke tenk på det. Så ta med gjengen din for all er med. For disse gutta vi på fest her, baby, det er ok. Det her er dobbelthjem som styrer i kveld. Så velkommen ut til Westside, baby, det er her det skjer. Så ta med gjengen din for all er med. For disse gutta vi på fest her, baby, det er ok. Det her er dobbelthjem som styrer i kveld. Og da, det er det. Ja, der har du det liksom. Og så...
Okay. Oh, whoa! Lois, this is not my Batman glass. All right, so good stuff overall. I can tell why it's signed. It's very full sounding. It's very big. It sounds very juicy. So I mean, like, it's got pretty much all of the ideas for radio readiness intact. I do have some comments. First of all, the easiest thing to change. There is this thing that we say on the stream called the 420 millisecond rule, because you should insert 420 milliseconds of silence before your track starts. Otherwise, this shit gets cut off here. So you listen to the way that this song starts. It's kind of starting on not on a zero crossing point, so we're hearing this like weird, like not clip so much as it is a it's kind of a click. It's kind of a click. The rule is insert 420 milliseconds of silence before your track starts, before you're of pre-roll silence essentially, and this will not happen. All right. The highs in your track are a little bit aggressive throughout. This is on the vocals. This is on the true of the drums. It's true of pretty much everything. The high frequencies, like we're talking extreme highs, they're a bit aggro. They're a little aggressive. Especially for the snare. The snare is really the thing that's making my ears go like, ow! What is it with people and shreddy snares that make my ears hurt? You don't necessarily need super duper high 8K, 10K, 12K frequencies in your snare to be this loud. It already should be punching out in the 4, 5, 6K. Like, it should be standing out in that frequency enough, not loud either, and in the 2Ks, really in your, like 2 to 4K is your real meat and potatoes for your high-end frequencies for your snare. And then we should have a lot more 200. I don't hear that much 200 hertz in this snare. There's enough, but there's not enough. You know what I mean? There should be more. Your snare should be a little bit more. If I were to tilt your EQ, I would tilt it far more, rather this way. I would tilt off some of the high end and I would lean into some of the low end for this snare sample. About your kick is not standing out as much as it could. I would like for it to really punch through. Let me check if you got a sidechain on your bass. You do. I think you could use a little bit more kick in your mix, personally. I think your kick is a little... It's where it should be on a, like, universal level, but I think a dB or two more would make your song be more aggressive in general. It would have a more aggressive punch, but not like an ow, my ears aggressivity, but like a, oh, this song slaps aggressivity. I don't know that I would put a full chorus first. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not sure that a full chorus is merited so soon. Then again, it's a short song. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I guess arrangement-wise, thank you, Borod. I appreciate that. I guess it's fine arrangement-wise. I guess it's fine. Okay, what else do we got here? This break that we had. It's empty. We have the echoes. We have those little stupid samples in the background, whatever that is that's going on. But it's empty. I don't mind a break that quiets down, which is good. That's interesting. That's complex. But there should be a lead element, especially for pop music, like for music that is supposed to be popular. Right? For music that is supposed to be popular. It's pretty much obliged of you to have something that engages with the audience at all times. It's kind of like, I see it when you're like performing on a stage. You always have either a musician that's playing up front, or a singer that's singing, or a drum solo that's filling in that gap. I don't know what it is, but like when I hear this silence, all I want to do is I want to put something in there. And already, personally, I think that just with an addition, like a melodic addition into those spaces, you would have something that does sort of fill in those gaps a little bit. And that was just the stupid first idea that I had off of the top of my head. That was just me literally freeballing. Yeah, some guitar would gone hard on this. Big D, some guitar would go hard on most things. I think we should bring guitar back into the fold of main popular music. That's it. It's so good. It's such a great instrument. It's so versatile. But that's my point here, and I'm glad you agree, Benzern, because it is a pocket that could be filled, that isn't being filled, which is a shame for your overall music. It's just too bad, in my opinion. Let's see, what do we use my last? Oh, yeah, this is mostly just one note for a very small change that I like, and it's right at this point here. You have this nice little scratch section, and then you have this build. Why not just overlap those two? Like, I would take that and I would literally just crossfade that. Like, you would have the boom, boom, boom. Like, I would smash those two parts together, personally. Otherwise we have this weird, awkward dead space. Again, we have a pocket that could be filled, and the beginning of this build here is quiet enough so that scratching, even if you turned it up a little bit, honestly, I would give it another 2-3 dB, personally. And if you did, it would still stand out from those first boom, 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 boom. I would smush that together, personally. That's just asking to happen, is my opinion. But that's it, man. That's pretty much all I got to say about your song. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's a good song. I don't understand a word of it. I don't speak Norwegian at all. I don't even know if Norwegian is the language that is spoken in Norway, if I'm being honest. I think it is. I think, or it's just someone you call from Norway is a Norwegian person. Maybe both. Maybe. I have no idea because I don't know this language at all. But it sounds very dynamic and engaging. It sounds like you have layers in the right places. I personally would have gone a little less hard with the ad-libs, as well as, I guess, my real last note. The ad-libs are kind of omnipresent, and I would have probably taken some away in some points to, like, again, give us context, make us want the ad-libs back. Definitely in pre-choruses, definitely in choruses, but during verses, there's an opportunity for you to, like, sort of lay off of the ad-libs, and I feel like that opportunity was not taken, so I would take it. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track, Benzern. We appreciate it very much. It's a good it's a good track. I see why it's signed. It's definitely engaging. It's definitely pretty much radio ready, minus a few things here and there. Honestly. So thank you. Permatemp, good track for sure. And look at that, it is also your turn immediately at this moment in time. And he got me the link just as quickly. Excellent. Yeah, man. I like hip-hop. I really like hip-hop. I like rapping. I like when a good artist is able to turn a phrase in a productive and in a stimulating and very interesting way, personally. Words are one of the many tools to express stuff. Ads, don't worry about it. The West Coast vibe is sick, kind of trippy hearing it from Norway. Yeah, right? It sounds kind of very, very Tupac, very Ice Cube, very early Dre vibes, honestly. I like that. What was the... It's like, all you would need is like... Like it's very what's the difference between you and me? I think the song is just called "What's the Difference," but like. It's great. I love me some West Coast fucking hip hop. I fucking love me some West Coast hip hop, man. So good. It's like so fuck everybody. I'm gonna do my thing. East Coast, it's pretty much similar, but it's not the same, man. West Coast is just where it's at, I gotta say. Maybe I'll get shot. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, this doesn't have any vocals, but I'd say the beat itself is finished. Okay, do you intend to have vocals, Permatemp? Is that something that like is on the horizon for this song? Just to know where we're aligning ourselves to see if I'm going to suggest something. Food and Music thinks we should drink water, and I tend to agree. Everybody, pick up your bottles, get some hydration in you. Food and Music, looking out for our well-being. Appreciate that, dude. NYC hip hop is cool too. Yeah. Look, I'm not against some Biggie. I'm not against any of the East Coast artists. As a matter of fact, I mean, personally, I don't know if Atlanta is considered more in East or it's more Central, but like Waka Flocka Flame, I can't help but love it. I know it's trash, but it's the trash that I grew up with. Okay, so I can't help it. I can't help but enjoy it. NYC hip hop is cool too. Also, Florida hip hop is technically the most popular in terms of sales. Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Atlanta is dope as hell. Atlanta is Outkast for one. Yeah, dude, Outkast, so good. One of my faves for sure, Outkast. All right. Before we talk about hip hop any longer, the rapper Stitches still lives in my head forever, rent free. The rapper Stitches, I don't know Stitches. I guess general tips if there's something you would want to share in our Discord channel in the Music We Love chat. That is what it's for, to share music that we love. All right, let's listen to the old school LA beat by Permatemp. Speaking of LA hip hop, let's listen. And let's talk about it thereafter. Let's go. So, similarly to how you begin a song with 420 milliseconds of silence, what we're seeing here happen is you see that last little vestige of a wave. You don't want to end on a non-zero crossing point, so you have to like give some silence, very quiet, very quick silence right after your song, otherwise it gets clipped like that. But let's hear what you guys are saying real quick, because I have my comments here. Really filling out that low end. How long you been producing? 6 years, though. First time producing this kind of stuff. Usually you produce EDM, dance, and jazz. Interesting. Okay, so first of all, my first comment is that I see what you're going for. You really did. You said something. You said this, and then you meant it. That was very old school LA, just as we were talking about. I will say that your main synth, the chords, the melodies, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's the actual synth that you chose. I think personally you have a little bit more development to do with this synth. It sounds too cheesy for me. It sounds too it sounds a little bit too cheesy. It's giving me I have found a MIDI instrument that kind of goes where I'm going with it, but it's not exactly the sound that I've developed that fits perfectly with this song. So it's giving me that, but it really needs to fill in a little bit in terms of interesting sound design, specifically with that synth. You also need some other variation synths, because you got a couple throughout. You have that like those weird synths. Have that, you have some very light air going on, but you have very little in general going on at any given moment. And that's not a poor thing, that's not a bad thing. It's just that those spaces, those pockets, vocals alone will not be able to fill those pockets. I think you need some synths that kind of vary it up, that give you some room to maneuver between one synth and the other, and not just cut away your main synth, then put back your main synth, then add on something. I need a little bit more energy than that. I need something to like hover in the high end. I need a little bit more of dynamics. I need hi-hats. Absolutely. Listen to this. Just listen to this, okay? I'll just do it with a mic. Shaker, cymbal rim hits, whatever it is, we need some modulation on those drums. There's not enough going on those drums. We need some rhythmic accents. We need things like reverb throw-ons and throw-offs. We need something to keep this track moving along. You were trying to avoid hi-hats for it. That's fine. That's fine. But it needs something to rhythmically move. It needs movement, that's for sure. Also, high strings. Anybody? Like, that an arpeggio is the thing that I would add. I don't know. I was trying an arpeggio thing. I don't think necessarily I don't think that an arpeggio would be good, but orchestra hits, high strings, even some Rhodes organ sound, something to dance and fill that high frequency space. Exactly. Something that we need to basically plug all of the leaking holes on this ship that is your song, because it's just leaking energy. It's just like there are so many places that are just oozing out all of the energy that you're building up with that tense kick and that tense bass, which sound nice and juicy. The rest is also just like allowing all of that energy to just flow freely away. Orchestral hits, definitely a good idea. These horns in this moment, that is out of tune, I'm pretty sure. You're playing the, I think, it's a G sharp. That's a G sharp. Listen to the horns. So those horns are a little bit sharp, especially the ones playing the G sharp into the A. Those specifically are sharp. The other ones aren't so bad. They really don't bother me as much. At the song in general, when I'm listening to a song and I could click between one section to the other and it's identical, that is not a good thing, my dude. If I could scan through your song, even without vocals, you're right, Big D, that vocals will focus it a bit. I can hear what you were going for, like an old 50 Cent beat. Vocals can definitely focus it, but we need a build in the song. We definitely need a shape. Your song should be evolving in terms of loudness, in terms of interest, or in terms of complexity over time. And if it's not evolving and growing in those respects over time, you're actually losing momentum, even though you're keeping a steadiness about your compositional style. I think you need to really think of this as verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, chorus 1, chorus 2, chorus 3, and each of those sections should be gaining a new friend, a new ally along the way of this journey. And that's before vocals hit. It doesn't have to be a lot. It just has to, it could be very subtle, but it needs to grow. We need to fill in all of those frequency pockets that we're missing. Emptiness is nice. Too much emptiness, and you're missing stuff. And I think you are missing things in this. I think you could do very well with filling in that space in a far more efficient manner, using everything you can. All of the tricks of the trade. Like don't pull punches. Don't pull punches. No one has time for that. Solid template, but that's just what it is. Yes, it is absolutely a template. It is a template for greatness, because it could be great, but we need to really emphasize, like, I see the shape. We need to emphasize that shape more. It can't just be loudness level 1, loudness level 2, which is quieter, loudness level 1, loudness level 2. It should literally be 10 different levels of loudness over time. That's just loudness. Then we're talking about complexity in terms of the mix. Then we're talking about elements, synth sound design, that's kind of sort of stuff. All of these elements should be either growing over time or at least changing over time to suit the momentum that this song requires. And it's not currently, but it can. With all of the ideas that we've said today, I think your song could be great. And I think when you put vocals on it, as Big D said, the vocals will definitely focus it a little bit more. But it's not the only thing that should be growing over time in this song as the lead element. The environment, the aesthetic that you're creating should also be changing, because while people in a world are the things that change the most often, the world also continues to change around the people in it. Okay, yeah, that's why I tried to take away the main synth sometimes, but fair, yeah. Well, listen, taking away the main synth is not the only step. It's one of many tools in your tool belt as a producer, and it's a good tool to use. Like, you use it quite effectively when you use it. Those moments do sound better without it. But your main synth needs to kick much more ass than that, number one. And B, you have to have other elements that complement that change, that either contextualize it or complement it. It's necessary. So yeah, yeah, just again, increase the complexity of the world around which the journey will take place. So we need more of that. Yeah, the main synth is just a harpsichord from M1. Well, Permatemp, I think you could do better than that. Like, just factually speaking, hearing the other things that are sound designed in your track, I think you've got better ideas than that in you. And that's it. That's all I got to say about your track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Appreciate the opportunity to listen to a little bit of instrumental. We've had a lot of engaging songs, and now just kind of sitting back from the lead element and kind of listening to the aesthetic only, we get to see a little bit of a different perspective. And we always appreciate a little change in perspective. Always welcome here on this stream. Either way, Permatemp, thank you for trusting us with your track. And stick around as we move right along down this list. We continue now to Borod LLN, who has been hanging out for a while. Let's take a look at that queue while we wait for Borod's track to load. I said, why isn't it working? Oh, there it is. The queue. So we got Borod right now. We got Couch Tracks up next. We got Korean Jesus. Shout out in the chat if you're still with us, Korean Jesus. Big D, 63 up after that, 4th. General Tips, number 5. Food and Music, number 6. Boro. Oh, okay. I'm mispronouncing the the core name is what it is. Boro. Appreciate you, Boro. And thanks for correcting me on that. Don't worry, everyone says it wrong. Well, today, we stop saying it wrong. Today, here, and now, Boro, we are saying it right. This is a stream where we improve things that are wrong. Couch Tracks, I'm still here, been lurking. Good to know. General Tips till next time. Do you gotta go, General Tips? Is that what I'm understanding here? Hope not. Hope you could stick around with us. Big D definitely with us. No, I meant the name. Oh yeah, until next time. Yeah. I'll do my very best to remember Boro. But here we go. We got Ngizula. I'm mispronouncing that. Probably is it Nizula? Like it's like a nya sound. Nizula. Is that what it is? I don't know. Whatever. Ngizula. Or is it, or Ingizula? Okay, sure. What language is that? Just out of curiosity. Because I don't know all the languages. Mike, you got to stream constantly so the world will improve. This is a overall feedback stream. This is just the music feedback stream. Every day I'm going to give like life advice. I'm going to give cooking advice. Like every day is going to be a different kind of life feedback based on all of the expertises that I have. It's African. I don't know which one. Okay, that's four. Yeah, be more poor and stream more, Mike. No. I am unable to can. I mean, if the stream paid for itself, absolutely. But this isn't the kind of platform where people like just give money to. Unfortunately, it's the kind of platform that I think requires money to sustain because otherwise I can't pay rent. I wish I could get more streams, but I understand why. Yeah, I understand. I understand too, trust me. All right, we got Ingizula, the radio edit by Boro, and we're going to listen to it and talk about it thereafter. So here we go. Let's listen. Oh shit. Just before... What? Huh? What? Okay, hold up. Zeal and Ardor, the top gifter of the... just gifted 5 more... just... Jesus Christ. Well, thank you very much. And you started a hype train, apparently. Thank you so much. If people were thinking level 2, Jesus, thank you so much, Zeal and Ardor. Appreciate that very much. If people were thinking to boost this hype train, I don't know how this works, so like, do the thing, guys. While we listen to this song and we get hype about it, let us go. Ngizula, radio edited by Boro. Let's listen. Okay. Pretty good, man. Pretty great. In general, everything is pretty much where it kind of needs to be. And it's going to be very minor tweaks and additions that are going to like just basically bring this home, because it is a very repetitive sort of aesthetic that you've established here. And I think we could make adjustments to that specifically. Before we jump into this, thanks once again to Zeal and Ardor for being our top gifter and really just supporting the stream in the way that you do, my dude. I appreciate you very much. If you're still with us and you wanted to join the queue, not only are you a subscriber and you would get access to 15 minutes instead of 10, but because you are the top gifter of the month, you could very well skip to the front of the line just ahead of Couch Tracks at this point, if you were very curious. It's a title that can be stolen, by the way. It can absolutely be stolen. You can support the stream and become the top gifter, and once again retain the privileges of skipping the one time per stream, as long as you remain to be the top gifter of the stream. All right, let's get into this. First of all, very easily, like I said, it's a very quick fix. This here is a mistake. We need to leave 420 milliseconds of silence in between your the beginning of your track and the actual thing. Oh, we got a hype chest. Hype chest was my nickname in high school. Anyways, so 420 milliseconds of silence first. We got Frog Ponder. That's great. That's why it's like clipping on streaming platforms. Yes, exactly. That's exactly why it's clipping from the start of your stream. It's literally specifically because you are not leaving silence between your first note and the beginning of the actual file, the audio file. So I instill a rule of 420 milliseconds of silence, just enough to leave some space. What did I write? Yeah, there's it's something that I found is one of the ways that you could very well change up the feeling of it. There's textures, right, in your song, but if I scan through your song, your textures don't ever shift really. Let's listen. We always have a very similar beat, a very similar bass, a very similar set of pads, a very similar set of plucky sounds. Everything is very, very all the time, all there. There's like 8 pads, but I layered all of them in the whole song. Well, I would shift between some of those pads. I would put some on some points. I would take some off on others. I would shift between those 8 pads. I would also maybe develop another texture or two that complements those, that might go in well with the pluckiness. Maybe some intense, low, midi, sort of brassy sounds that might help fill in some of the gaps. Might be the way of going about that. Not sure. But I want you to shift between all of the different sounds that you've developed so that your song is not identical from the start of your song till the end of your song. Like, there should be this motion. And I've said this a few times during this stream now. Your song, over time, should either be growing in intensity or volume, in interest or complexity, or in terms of just like pure movement or shape, or in terms of texture. It should be constantly peaking, not constantly, but like multiple times in your song, there should be a peak and a valley and a peak and a valley and a peak. That should be happening throughout here. And I see and hear some peaks and valleys. This one's not bad. Not enough on this one. It's not at this point. It's not enough contrast. We have not created enough context for us to want what's keep happening. Let me give you an example here, Boral. If I listen to the first 2 minutes of your song and I get up to this point, why if I've heard everything that your song will feature later on, why would I keep listening? I would stop at 2 minutes. I'd be like, all right, well, it's not going to change anymore. I don't need to waste any more time listening to something that is repetitive and very textural, but like not changing textural, not like in a shifting way. I think we can do better than that, personally. Again, peaks, valleys, it's growing over time. By the end of your song, you are either reached the peak of loudness, the peak of intensity, the peak of complexity, whatever it may be. We've reached the peak. We've not repeated what we've done in the first point of your song. Listen. It's identical. Some smaller notes, the synth that you have here in this break here. It's just too loud. You're just very, very loud in this section, honestly, so I would probably bring that back in the mix. Maybe make it a little bit closer to what you had in this break here. Maybe if you want it to be louder and you want it to be more present, that's fine, but this is too loud. It's a bridge too far. No reason, really. The other thing is the vocals in this section. They're loud, and that's good. It is good that they're loud. But again, the environment around them has to also shift to accommodate them, because I'm not against the fact that you have the loudest vocals in your song in the last chorus. I'm not against that fact. I am against the fact that the environment around it doesn't suit that, and it doesn't give you the satisfaction of loud vocals really meaning something. Also, harmonies, reverb throw-ons, anything that creates that space, that dynamic in space. Those are tips that you could throw in sporadically and more often over time that will again give the impression that our song is growing over time. So harmonies on the main vocal track, mixed way back if you want, and then you could mix them louder over time, or just mixed standard. It doesn't really have to be fancy. Just the appearance of a contrast will really make your song evolve. Literally and metaphorically. It's just kind of, you just kind of need to do it, dude. It just can't stay the same from start to finish. And reverb throw-ons, it's going to disappear into this kind of mix anyways, because you've got a very dense atmosphere anyways. But it's one of the many ways that you can go about really varying certain drum hits or certain synth stabs, or even some vocals. I hear some reverb, some delay throw-ons and throw-offs. That's good. That's a good instinct to have. You should have it with the rest of your song, though, not just with the vocals. But that's it, dude. That's pretty much all I got to say about it. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, to provide feedback, analysis, comments, criticisms, what have you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you letting us listen to it online. I don't know if I already said that, but here we are. You'll definitely try to change the patterns, and you'll definitely try to look at all of this. You took the notes. Good stuff. Zeal and Ardor, this guy gives the most thorough feedback on this entire platform. I shit you not. I appreciate that, my dude. It's not just thorough. I find it's just like what the song needs, and like someone's got to say it. So here we are. But I thank you very much, and I appreciate Boro. I appreciate you loving it. Maybe it's more of an experience thing because I couldn't tell these in this track. It's because I only have 8 months into producing. I will say that if you are producing this caliber of mix and mastering and like the overall shape of the song being what it is, after only 8 months, this is pretty good, man. Like, I did not sound this good after 8 months of producing. So you got definitely a little bit up on me, if I'm being honest with you. So that's good. That's a good thing. Exactly, Big D. That's exactly the point here. For 8 months of time, this sounds pretty dense and pretty full, and it sounds like close to what it should. You should hear me at 8 months. I know, right? Like, that's when I was thinking of the 8 months, the first projects in 8 months that I was producing, I'm like, oh God, maybe I just suck. Maybe I just take so much longer to do things than anybody else. But that's it. Either way, thank you very much, Boro, for trusting us with your track. I got to issue a request to you, Zeal and Ardor. You got to let me know in the chat if you are going to be taking the next place of in the queue before I skip to the next person, which would be Couch Tracks. While you think about that, I will just be right back, guys. Give me like literally 1 minute. Yes, early Mike. Thank you very much. I appreciate you ringing in there. All right. So, what are we doing here? Zeal and Ardor would happily go ahead. I really appreciate you giving me such at 8 months, I didn't even know what an EQ was. Big D, I'm feeling you on that. Like, I was very, very behind the curve at 8 months. I really appreciate you giving me such detailed feedback. I will improve hella. I hope I will. I think you will. You have everything you need to succeed. So, like, here we go. Couch Tracks, have you been waiting long? If so, I can go after you. Couch Tracks says, Zeal and Ardor, kind of long. All right, I'll be after Couch Tracks then. Okay, that's totally within your right to skip some but not all, and that is done. As you now see, you appear third. What a dude indeed. Am I right, Couch Tracks? That's really kind of him. This is a community for that kind of thing. It was a pleasure waiting this long and so worth it. We appreciate you, Boro. Thank you once again for trusting us with your track. And stick around as we listen to what is now going to be Couch Tracks' song. For the simple reason that Zeal and Ardor doesn't quite forego his right to skip, but does hold off for another subscriber. And that is, I feel it in here. I feel it in here. Am I right? All right. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to put 15 minutes on the timer because Couch Tracks is now a subscriber. We got Break the Floor, Couch on Fire Flip, version 4. Okay. Very curious. Food music, what's good? Welcome. Well, look, not welcome. You've been here for a while. You're on the queue. How you doing? Curious to hear what you'll come up with next. Yeah, also, yeah, totally agree with that sentiment. All right, folks, here we go. We're going to listen to Couch Tracks. Couch Tracks is a long-time submitter, long-time viewer. We appreciate you, Couch Tracks, for being here. And honestly, if I'm being honest with you, Couch Tracks, I feel you entirely for wanting to go next. I feel you because it sometimes it feels like it takes a while. Even with this timer system, it does move a little bit quicker, but I feel you. And I respect your honesty for like being transparent about what you would like in life. So we appreciate that. For everyone in the chat, you can be honest as to what you guys like. We're here for that. I might not agree, but we're here for it. I would give you any of my contact info, but I don't know if that's promoting if you're interested. I mean, there is in our Discord channel, Boro, there is a self-promo channel that you would be more than welcome to submit a song or two. I don't mind people submitting even like a song a week. So when people start to like spam it every day, that it kind of gets a little bit repetitive. But you're more than welcome to use our community for those reasons. We appreciate you. This is for Global Resets contest. I didn't see anyone in here that think is in the comp. Okay. I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. Either way, let's listen to Break the Floor, Couch on Fire Flip, version 4 by Couch Tracks, and then let's talk about it thereafter. Let's go. pretty great flip in general. I would say it would be a good start. I'm going to pause the timer for a second just so that I can explain something real quick here. Double Chin Tim. Very funny name, by the way. So, thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate you gifting. That's not how you skip the queue. This is how you skip the queue. You cheer 500 bits or donate $5. And you would come behind Zeal and Ardor as he has already performed a skip and is a subscriber himself. So you would skip basically to become third in the queue where it is right now. But that's how you skip. Then we're going to actually move on to what I wrote here. So, first easy note. Let's start this timer back up. So the skip didn't count. Well, if you would have read the instructions as is indicated twice in the chat, it's not that it didn't count, it's that you didn't skip. Bottom line. Okay, so here we go. First piece of advice here, as always, 420 millisecond rule. We need a little silence right before. We need a little silence right before that. Like, you know, we don't like getting cut off. We don't like it when it gets cut off on any platform. So it's not super bueno. So a little 420 milliseconds of silence before the start of your track. Second of all, Couch, I've said this to you specifically, like probably more times than I could count at this point. The high mids are shreddy. I don't know, I don't know what's going on, but like the idea here is that your ears are not responding to the high mids that actually are in this song. Maybe it is an ear fatigue thing, maybe it is a speaker thing, maybe it is a headphone thing, I don't know what it is. But throughout the song consistently, the high frequencies are very sharp and powerful, and already that you mix and master quite loudly, I think that this becomes problematic because you have a very loud response in the high end and a very shreddy sort of EQ applied to things like that. This was mixed in the evening, right? I've had bronchitis for 2 months. Maybe it's that. It's gonna probably play into it. Yeah. Like bronchitis, fucking with your ear canals and fucking with your sinuses, your sinai in general. That sucks, first of all. First of all, let me express that. That's balls, and that fucking sucks. But it will affect your ears. It will affect your performance. Either way, let's just like glance at what I'm talking about it. Yeah, just things that do have those very, very piercing high end do definitely come out of the woodwork a little bit too aggressively. Yeah, producing with sickness sucks, certainly does. I'll get better, get it every year. That sucks that you get it every year. I used to have something like that. Generally health, you improve your overall health and that doesn't affect you as heavily, but then again, I get sick every year like that. So what am I? Who the fuck am I? Okay, the other thing that I would say is that your actual sub frequencies, let me just go to the back of my room real quick to see what's going on. That's what I thought. So we have a lot of the really low lows around probably 40, 50 hertz, but near the 80 to 120 hertz frequencies, your subs are not really like filling in that space. It feels like there's an empty pocket that could be a little bit better emphasized. So it needs a little bit more presence in that frequency pocket. I'm wondering if this is just a suggestion. Oh yeah, before we get to that one, actually, the kicks themselves, if we listen throughout. Your kicks too could be less high passed, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I think you have kicks here that are high passed. I want to say, I'm going to guess around 67 hertz. I'm going to guess. Probably 18 decibels per octave, around 18 decibels, maybe 15 to 18 decibels per octave, and its high pass point is probably set around 65 to 68 hertz, would be my guess. I think we could bring that way down to approximately like 50 hertz, 52 hertz maybe even 48 hertz. I think we could use a little bit more on the low end of your kick, is I guess my point here. It's just not resonating. You know what I mean? It's coming through. It's cutting through very deeply, very, very deeply. But it is not deeply, rather, but very, very distinctly. But depth-wise, I think we could use a little more low-end roundness on that kick. Big D, you know what you got to do if you have recurring problems with the same frequency range? Put a multi-band comp on the master with a band around the problem range. Set it so that it is being lightly affected on this song, and then save as a preset. Then add it to future tracks. If you see this band wiggling, you know the range is too loud. That's a good point, actually. That's a good way of like detecting it. If your multi-band compressor in that if in that frequency range, if there's a way you can see it without hearing it, so like the actual sound is transparent, but the visual response of those multibands, I know like multibands like in Logic, you could see where it would be affected, but it's not affecting it. You just see the motion happen. If you could do that, that's really the most ideal, so that your sound remains unaffected, but you can visually see like, oh yeah, this thing is happening again. But that's a really good way of negotiating that kind of problem, Big D, is just having a visual, oh yeah, fuck, I forgot that my ears are a little weaker in this, or my headphones are a little bit too low in this, mellow in this frequency range, or my speakers aren't, combined with the room, are not giving me everything that I need in that range. Whatever it is, it's a good way of visually reminding yourself. I'm wondering, this is more of the speculation section of your review here, Couch Tracks. I'm wondering if we have a different vocal sample that we can choose from, because this one here... It's good. You know, you use it very effectively. But I'm wondering if you could sample more of the original. The vocal is part of the original. Okay, well, there you go. I don't mind that. I don't mind it at all. It's just, it sounds like you're reusing the same parts of the original vocals. A lot. It sounds like you're using the same sort of section. When we got to the rap section here, I think it was around here. I don't remember where it was in your song, but I do remember it was in the second half, in the latter half of your song. General tips, pitch drop. Yeah, like honestly, I would almost want you to fuck with the pitch of that sample. There wasn't a lot to work with for real. I believe you. I would rework the vocals so that you make it a little bit more varied from that one sequence of notes. What a feeling. Like, don't get me wrong, I just fucked that up completely. But I would have something a little bit different vocally speaking. It's just, it gets repetitive. A deep of that Vox echoing out before that break would sound dope. Let's hear. Yeah. I hear a layer in there of low octave. I would shift between those octaves. I would kind of tilt it a little bit, like lean into one and then lean into the other, I think. Yeah, with the high skipping in, yeah, I think I agree with you, General Tips. I think we need to do something with that pitch. It's just not distinct enough throughout. It gets repetitive and it kind of undermines the rest of your beautiful, beautiful sound design, which I think at this point, the only thing left to say is, wow, sound design wise, guys, I think we can agree on this, right? Like, holy sh- so engaging, so dynamic, so juicy, so punchy. And the problem, again, that undermines it all is that fucking vocal sample that kind of remains in the mix. It's like, it's kind of taking away from all of that beautiful variation. It's crazy. It's crazy good, dude. Food music, could you remove me from the queues, please? My medicine is kicking in. I need to sleep. Well, yes, I can absolutely remove you from the queue. Sorry for that. Either way, we couldn't get to you this time, but we will get to you next time. Get in here a little earlier, and I guarantee you will be addressed. I promise you. His sound design is always so gnarly, super colorful. All agree. All agree. Groove-wise, it's a huge W. Totally agree with all of you on that. I love your sound design at all times, Couch Track. So good. That's the thing, is this section sounds so much more juicy and amazing, and it has no vocals in it. So I'm like hearing a potential pattern here, if you will. I'm seeing a potential issue, is I guess what I'm saying. That's fine at the end of phrases and stuff like that. That really like punctuates your song very well. But like everything else, dude, like I know I started on the things to improve first, but like Jesus Christ, what a track otherwise. What a track. It's like really engaging and really dynamic. And I think, again, taking away the weakness of your track or working with the weakness of your track so that it is far less distracting is going to be such a positive. It's going to be such a plus. It's crazy. Probably ear fatigue from smashing it out. I got until the 18th to get it right, so I have time. Good call. I'll go thin some of the Vox out. Always worry I'm not using enough of the original. Dude, honestly, at the end of the day, I think as long as you use the original, personne peut te reprocher. Like, no one could... I switched to French for no reason there. No one could really reproach you for your effort, as long as you have used it at some point. Now, obviously, there's a challenge in including it. You're setting yourself a boundary that will make you better at what you're doing. Guaranteed. I think there's too much of the original, personally. My opinion. Either way, the rest was awesome. Thank you very much, Couch Tracks, for allowing us to listen to it, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Again, insert some silence at the beginning of your track. Fix the high mids and those high ends that are shreddy. Those I would even venture as far as to say I would say 6 to 12K. You have some issues with those frequencies, Couch Tracks. So we could implement some tricks that could sort of contain those. The sub between 70 and like 120 could probably use a little bit more love. Your kicks could use a little bit more below the 60 hertz range. Fix those vocals. They're detracting from your song, and that'll be good, man. It'll be a great track after that. That's why I bring tracks to you, though. Always happy for your feedbacks. I'm happy to feedback your tracks, as always, my dude. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. You're a longtime viewer. You're a subscriber now. Zeal and Ardor saw to it that that's the case. And we appreciate you for just being here week after week. It is a support of the stream in its own right, honestly. So I'm very, very happy about that. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on down the line here, folks. Thanks for sharing. One thing you could always do with a Vox that's cool is chop up a bunch of tiny bits and put them through an arpeggiator. Ooh! Also an interesting trick. Very good trick, honestly, Big D. I like that trick a lot. I like that trick a whole lot. So yes, it is now Zeal and Ardor's turn. Zeal and Ardor, our top gifter of the month so far. And they who are going to be skipping ahead of the line as a result. This is a privilege that everyone and anyone can exploit, including you, Double Chin Tim, though you did not see the methods of skipping. There are multiple ways of skipping ahead of the queue. Either you become the top gifter of the month. That is one way Zeal and Ardor just took advantage of. There is the way of donating $5 to the stream directly or cheering 500 bits. That is the direct skip as well. Like, no need to gift some subs. No need for that. Yeah, those are the ways you skip the queue if anybody's interested. That said, Zeal and Ardor, you are up next. Just waiting on your link so that I could click it open and get it ready here. Zeal and money. Am I fucking right with this motherfucker? Am I right? Needed some water. The voice is already getting tired. Folks, you know what? I'm going to call it. It's 7 p.m. Anybody who was part of the stream or who is currently in the stream and who is who is in line or who doesn't want to be in, wants to be in line but has just been lurking for whatever reason, anybody who wants to be a part of the queue, speak now or forever hold your beats. I'm calling it. I'm going to close the queue in but a few short moments, probably in the next minute and a half. If not, please, by all means, stick around as we listen to the last few songs of this evening. Let's go. I have your link pulled up here. Bird Mask, otherwise known as Zeal and Ardor. Malaise, the French word for discomfort. Malaise. Good word. It's a good word. Alimony has to wait. Gotta support streams. Hey, man. I don't want you getting your wages garnished or anything like that. So, take care of your bills for sure. I won't say no to some support. That's for goddamn sure. But, don't go bankrupt. All right. On y va avec Malaise. Here we go with Malaise by Bird Mask. Let's listen to it and talk about it thereafter. Here we go.
Now help me, I'm at the edge of the world and just lately I get the flip of the bird, it's a no-go. Could you dive in the bar cause I'm so low? Could you help me at all, good help me. At the edge of the world and just lately I get the flip of the bird and I'm no-go. Could you dive in the bar cause I'm so low? Could you help me at all now? And I'm still so you berate me. I'm willing to fall. face. The mystery, my life. If you lost your name, you never get it back. To salt in an old bottle, we'll find. To salt in an old bottle, we'll find.
Okay. So, to answer your question, you did say you didn't put 420 milliseconds in the beginning, nor did you put it in the end. And we heard the clip on both the beginning and the end. So think about the end, not just the beginning, Zeal and Ardor, because I just heard that. You heard that clip? 0 crossing points, man. You just gotta respect them. So, let's talk about this. And to answer your question, shame upon my clan. Just want to know if it's too weird. I don't... Who am I to say? Is my first answer, I would say. Who am I to say that it's too weird? I don't necessarily think it is not weird. It is absolutely super weird. I don't think it's too weird. I just think that there at some point becomes a threshold that you cross that steps into maybe too suddenly weird without any like groundwork laid for it to be like accepted by even those people who aren't used to it. Even aren't used to experimental music, I suppose. Let's talk about some basic things though. First of all, the mix of your vocals. Way too loud. It's actually affecting your mastering in that everything else is getting pushed back from the loud position, the loud level. You hear the kick in particular really suffering from this.
Cause I'm so low. Could you help me out? Could help me at the edge of the world and just...
Yeah, vocals are way too loud. They're coming into the master way too hot. I think your mastering in general needs some work because specifically there's ways to manage that when your vocals are very loud. But it might just be a mixing issue that your vocals are way too loud for the master and the limiter is just flexing back and forth in this like elastic-y way, which is no one really loves that sound. So I would adjust your vocal level accordingly for the mix, or adjust your mix accordingly for the vocal level, one way or the other, and then I would remaster. Your synth that is weird is also quite loud. I don't necessarily hate that is loud. It is filling in a lot of space in those high frequencies, but pleasantly so. It's not like shredding my ears. It is kind of loud, but not like, you know? It has its moments though. If the vocals weren't as loud, it might be that case. So just keep in mind when you do lower that gain, when you address the gain staging issue, you might have to also address the high frequencies of that main weird sort of RP synth. You might have to bring down, I'm going to say around 7 to 9K, give or take. You're going to have to probably dip that so that we have a little bit less of a harshness in those high frequencies for that synth specifically. But the loudness of it, I think it's in I think it's in a night. I think it's in a nice place. Okay. Next, the bass is too quiet. And this is a rule throughout, I think, that you've infringed upon. That synth is way too loud. Just let's just put this out here. Those super weird synths, that just too loud. So then that's what it is. Basically, they are too loud, but the vocals are drowning them out when the lead vocals they're pushing them back in the mix. So just consider that you want them this loud. here. You don't want them this loud. You want them as loud as they were before. But we were talking about the bass, and I think throughout we don't have enough bass. Here it's getting better, but it's still not enough. I would, in this guitar solo-y kind of thing, quite loud as well. Again, you gotta stage those gains, man. You gotta really get them into their right pockets, gain wise. I'd personally like to hear a slightly darker soundscape with the range of your vocals. Sure. I mean, I'm a tenor, so I got a little higher. I get a little higher than this personally. I go probably up to a high A. Yeah, that's my high range. I'd personally like to hear a slightly darker soundscape with the range of your vox. Oh, his. Okay, well, fine. Yeah. Okay, so fair. Let me just picture that here. That could actually be a good technique to go low on the vocals to create some contrast in this song. At some point, it might create a nice little envelope. Didn't have a bass, so a little alter Boyd guitar. The bass tone isn't thick enough. At that point, Zeal, just throw a sub-synth on it. Just like a sine wave that is emulating those frequencies, just as a layer. Add that on top of your little alter boy. You're basically what you're doing is this essentially. If I am. Yeah. Okay. It's good. It's good. It's not enough. You would basically need to layer the bass sound with something a little bit better. You can get Ample Bass for free. I don't know what Ample Bass is. What is Ample Bass? Ample Sound. I'll look it up later. Either way, I literally had a bass in the next room, but I was too engaged. Going to redo those. Yeah, I mean that. If you can, that's a lot easier. That's a lot easier. Sound design wise, it saves you some time, but you just have to play it out essentially. Okay, this guitar solo, again, getting back to it. Gain stage wise, it is in a decent place. It just starts loud, so you're gonna have to automate it. You're gonna have to start it when everything's quiet. Also, maybe put some delay on it. Bam, 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 bam. Like it fills in some of those quiet spaces a little bit more. Otherwise, it sounds a little too dead. So, yeah, I think you're gonna need to probably automate that guitar so that in the quiet section, it does still sit in a nice place, and then you can get it this loud for the master. That is what I think you're gonna have to do either way, because it's too loud for the quiet, but not loud enough for like just in the right position for the full sound. And that's fine. Mastering in general, that's what you have to do when you're mastering. You have to automate certain sections. Okay, what I was talking about with regards to the sudden. Mastercom did a number on it. I'm sure they did. What I was talking about before, when you are when you become a little too abrupt, I was referring specifically to this section here.
Get it back.
This section, I would probably refer to it a little bit earlier. Most likely somewhere in this neighborhood here of your song. Probably before the verse. Thank you, Scales. Appreciate it. Probably before the verse 2. The Drunken Space Golem section. Yes. Yes, Master Hobbits. You put the sections in the sections. It'll be better, Master. Yes, it'll exactly the Drunken Space Golem section. It'll referring to it, but not necessarily completing a section. Like, you know what I mean? Like you announce its presence, but very sparingly. You just you just refer to it and just give us a teaser of it. Like, what the fuck is this coming out of nowhere? I wouldn't necessarily put the biggest and brightest section. Probably put something like. That's like a low and slow section, but with the like the weird arpeggio. That might be something to refer to back in the day, which was this section here is what I'm referring to. Why doesn't my arrow get bigger anymore? There we go. Back in that section is my point. And that's the part I was saying is abrupt, is like this the space drunk golem section. It does come out of left field a little bit, so that comes out during D&D. Unfortunately, there's no golem-like creatures in my campaigns, but here we are. Sorry, we're not glossing over that impeccable Smeagol impression. What's you mean this one? What's you mean? Oh! But yeah, overall, this is okay. You got a minute left on your timer. You'll hear it ding. But this song is super duper weird. And I'm not opposed to weird experimental stuff. I know that you're not going for like a mass audience. So taking experimental choices in like mixing, taking experimental choices in mastering, all of what I've told you today is kind of like my knowledge of popular music wanting to step on experimental music. So I know that there's just good mixing things that you could do so that your song represents itself as much as possible. And then I know that there's other things like, for instance, me saying refer to your super abrupt section, refer to this drunk space golem section earlier in the song. That's me going like, I think that's what your song would need. But I could be very well wrong on that part. Very, very much. It's like, I don't necessarily know what the right move is for specifically the experimental genre. I can only verbalize like what I think, and I don't necessarily know that that's the solution. I just propose it because I want it to kind of... See, I told you you'd hear it. I propose it because I kind of want the song to be the most of what it can be in the short amount of time that we do have together in this 3 minute and 8 second work of art, which is literally what it is. Don't take my word for it or don't. I just think there's a way I would do experimental music, and that's not necessarily as experimental as it goes. So I don't know if that's what you want to do. But that's why I'm here. That's precisely why I wanted your feedback on this. Well, I appreciate you trusting us to listen to the track online, first of all, together. Being able to listen to it is privilege number one. Number two, for listening to us while we comment, critique, analyze, feedback, what have you, this track to you, to your face. I value your take, simple as, so thanks. Thank you either way. Thanks for supporting the stream in the way that you do. Zeal and Ardor being our top gifter of the month. Appreciate that. Keeps the lights on, literally. I have like a shit ton of lights. It doesn't even look like it, but I have like lights everywhere right now. It's crazy. Honestly, your support of this stream makes it possible for me to actually like continue doing it, to even justify taking this many hours per week to do something like this. So we appreciate that very much. And thank you for trusting us with your track. You value your take, simple as, so thanks. It's an honor. Yeah, it's an honor. Let's just say it that way. No, seriously, Zeal and Ardor, we appreciate you. Stick around, of course, if you have some time, as we move on to our next stream guests. Although Korean Jesus, I've not seen them speak for a moment, and they are not in the chat, so I think we're going to be pushing on by them. Queue, by the way, folks, is now closed, so we are not going to be accepting any new submissions to the queue. Big D63, are you with us currently? It seems that you are in the chat. It seems that you are still here. Oh shit, you are. That's good. One sec, sure. No problem, man. We will answer Scales' question. Scales, can I ask you something? You may. You just did. You just did. No, that's a terrible question. That's a terrible joke. Have you ever smoked weed? How dare you, sir? How dare you? Frankly, that's drugs. That's drugs. That is I need to take a puff of this joint just to digest what you have just asked me. How can you imply such a thing, that a Canadian from Montreal, Quebec would be so bold as to smoke marijuana on stream? Yes, I am actively smoking weed, Scales. It is the greatest thing since sliced bread in Dungeons and Dragons, so I think a lot of people can benefit from smoking weed, personally. But yes, Scales, I do, and I have. I love that Mitch Hedberg joke, man. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. It's my favorite joke. It's my favorite one-liner joke of all time, I think. Hands down. We got a little bit left of this joint, but I'm gonna have to roll another one because I'm running real low on that. So this is something you gave me feedback on a while ago. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I pulled it up here. We're getting it ready. Canadian Mounted FBI has been alerted. Yeah, it's the RCMP is the FBI, is the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, otherwise known as the GRC in French, la Gendarmerie Royale du Canada. That is the Canadian FBI, essentially, the feds, as we say it. The Gaul, Zealandard the Gaul. Oh shit, bro, I thought this was a Christian stream. Sure you did. I'm not gonna lie, you fooled me, lol. The Smeagol accent really threw me off. Master Hobbit smoking pipe prisons! Smoking walls! That was not as good. Anyways, dogs are always in the push-up position. Dogs forever and always will be in the push-up position. I think Bigfoot is blurry. That's the problem. Bigfoot is blurry. And that's extra scary because there is a large out-of-focus monster roaming the countryside. He's my favorite, dude. That was his talking voice. He's doing a bit now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that like Smeagol is just my regular voice. But yeah, the idea of me talking like this is actually my imitation of like you regular people. I am in reality a hobbit. This camera does wonders to me, but I'm like 3'8". That was just they do literally smoke weed in that movie, so I'm guess my point is null. That is correct. They smoke pipe weed, long bottom leaf as it is known, otherwise known as pipe weed. I like to think that based on the description of Tolkien, Big D, just to know that I'm not shitting you, I have your track ready here, so don't worry about it. I like to think that in the realm of Tolkien, based on his descriptions and based on Christopher Tolkien's descriptions, pipe weed is somewhere in between the tobacco and weed sort of area. It's like Mexican / elven brickweed. Yeah, it's not as strong as weed, but it is not as light as tobacco. It's somewhere in that middle point where you're able to like live on it. You're able to be on it all the time, but it's still like a little bit more hardcore than tobacco. As far as I understand it, that's me with my understanding of Tolkien. So here we are. That Ganjolf. I like that. That Ganjolf, man. That's fucking hilarious. Elrond McBawn. Spliff Marillion. Why are you done? Why are you done? Do you vervigs? Why do you vervigs? When will you vervigs? Don't be done. I'll be right back. We've talked too much about weed for me to not roll a joint right now. Oh my god. Y'all, I've got 8 pounds of pulled pork. I've got 8 pounds of pulled pork in the slow cooker right now. 8 pounds of pulled pork. 2 kilos. More than 8 pounds, actually. And it's like smelling like fucking God and Jesus in this house. It's crazy. All right, Big D has waited long enough. It is time to listen to his track. That's more than 7 pounds, y'all. I know the hype is real. It's more than 7. So yeah, here we go. Leno Type Thing version 3 by Big D63. Apparently we have listened to this before. We have listened to this on stream before. And so we're going to give our up-to-date comments. Though it has been a while since we've listened to something of yours, Big D. I'm looking forward to hearing it nonetheless. Let us go, shall we? And let's talk about it thereafter. Here we go. I said, anytime.
Just a dream.
Okay. So nice aesthetic choices that you've made. Honestly, I do like the universe that we're living in this section, in this song. So well done on that. Now the way you've gone about it bothers me. So first of all, the 420 milliseconds rule has been infringed upon. It's a rule, by the way. This was not long ago that I've been enforcing this, Big D, by the way, specifically 420 milliseconds. When you were mod and when you were back in the day, basically, this was not a thing I used to say. I used to just say like we're missing silence. Now we've quantified 420 milliseconds of silence before and after the last shred of audio in your song. Something's off about the master. I don't know what it is, but your build and stuff is louder than your drops. Or at the very least, I would say they're as loud, perhaps. I don't know. I think there's something that is going on here where your gain staging might not be quite as defined as it needs to be. I'm not sure what it is, but there's something there that is not pushing to sixth gear, to overdrive when the drop hits. And it happened twice. Here. Yeah, and it's, let me just check the levels again.
Just a dream.
Okay, so I think in general your master is actually kind of quiet. I was looking at the levels specifically, and it's not really up to 0 dB. It's kind of lacking a couple of dB. So I don't know if you've given the master all the juice that it can have, but you have some headroom there. So I think you could step it up a couple of notches, if I'm not mistaken. Now we've got this thing that's happening in the mids. Exactly. The mids disappear on the last drop. Yeah, we've got this thing that it's like just sucking energy away. Kraos, sire, the fields have gone rotten. The raids continue. Welcome back, Kraos. Hold up. You want to jump in the queue? I'll allow one last jump in the queue for you. If you want to jump in, I'll open up the queue. Oh, it's actually reversed. There you go. It's open. If you want to jump in, if you feel like it, Kraos. Now listen, I think that... Okay, yeah, this was another piece of advice I've got for you, Big D. I think you should not sidechain everything in your song. Like, it sounds like everything is being sidechained by your kick. And it's not giving us a good result. It's pumping, but in a drastic way, honestly. Let's listen to the drop specifically. How like some things are just not standing out. Everything is falling behind that kick, and the kick itself is good, but it's not greatly mixed. It's like kind of, it might need a little bit more distortion to really bring out the energy of your like high mids specifically, because your high mids are falling a little bit behind with this song, which you have a lot of high mids elsewhere, so it's important, but your kick does need to recover some of those high mids, specifically because the rest of the song has so many of them. What's up, gang? I just wanted to say hi, my king. You don't have to keep doing that, dude. Packing my apartment at the moment. Oh, you're moving again. Moving to the East Coast. Didn't you just move into LA like a year ago? You're moving back to the East Coast? Dude, you're moving cross country back and forth. Jesus. I hope it goes well. I hope the packing goes well, and I hope the move goes well. I really hope all goes well for your move, truly. 2 years now. Oh, geez, time fucking flies. What is time, folks? What is time? Okay, so you have lost time of track of time partying with the nobility. Sure. Me, nobility, right. I'm wearing a Foo Fighters t-shirt. Me, nobility. Okay, so yeah, we were talking about sidechaining, not sidechaining some things. I would say that is an accurate depiction of one of the problems that are happening in your song. Now, I would say another problem here, you just lost the stream. I don't know if it's just me. I mean, I got top bit rates. I got excellent transmission so far. Yeah, I think it's just you, dude. Either way, we will. Well, fuck. We're not gonna talk if he's Okay, he's back. Okay, he's back. So we'll just pause the timer for a second, just because we lost some time with you. Internet shit the bed. Me too. It's been happening a couple of times recently where my internet has just been giving me like moments where nope, no internet now. Everything cuts out. It's fucked. It's like I don't know what's wrong with the company that I'm with. But it's really annoying, honestly. Sometimes I'm doing something crucial work-wise, and then suddenly things cut out. It's really weird. Need new web sheets. I don't know what that means. I am not a web expert. I'm not a coding and or IT expert, so I have no idea what the fuck a web sheet is. Okay, let's come back into Big D's work here. Just gonna put this over there. We don't do drugs. We do tons of drugs. That's the difference. Hope all is well, my brother. I'll be back soon with some hits, aka I'm on mixed version 92 plus final plus real final version 10. Jesus, I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. But I'm looking forward to hearing it the next time we're able to speak. For now, I'll close the queue in that case. But here we go. Coming back into Big D's review here. I think you have way too much build in this song. You have way too much build. There's too much break. There's too much build. You have not enough drop for the amount of... Look at how much time just the build up occupies. Let's start where it starts. 50 seconds is where it starts and it ends. It ends at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. That's a lot of time to be telling us something's coming. Don't worry. Have any of you seen the South Park episode of George R.R. Martin saying, something's coming, a new book is coming, don't worry, come, I will show you. And like that's really what it feels. Pizza's coming! Like it feels like the song is eternally in something will arrive soon mode kind of thing. And I think that's an issue. I think you could have fit another drop in between here. I think you could have very well put your drop in between here and given us like an alternate drop as the last drop. You big old tease. Yeah, exactly. It's giving us teasing energy, but to an extreme and to a point where I'm like, give me more drop. I need more drop. So either double up your drop here, make it longer, or give us another drop here. Give us this drop in the middle of the song, and then give us an alternate drop at the end of the song. That's something that you do really well. You take us out of left field. You refer to it a little bit in the song. That's something that's totally doable, dude. I think you could pull that off easily. So yeah, man, just to recap on this, you really just need to, first of all, get your silence, get your 420 milliseconds of silence at the beginning of your song. Fix that, whatever's happening with the master, like that, those mid frequencies. Again, like the idea here is you can visually see. I wonder if I could I put this so I could like point to the frequencies? Let me see something. Yes, okay, good. Let me see if I could indicate to you what I mean. See how overall they're dense before, but then they're very spiky thereafter. Like you have very select midpoints. You need to fill in those gaps. Like literally, I'll point to the gaps. Comparatively to your build, you still have all of those spikes. You still have all of those dynamics. Okay, I'm going to turn it off now because it's really annoying. You still have all of those dynamics and all of those spikes. Don't get me wrong. You still have those in your build-up, but you just do not maintain the in-betweens of those mids in your break. So I think you might just need to fill those in with either another synth, or you need to expand your synths or layer your synths with other layers so that you basically fill in those gaps. Is really what I'm asking you to do here. And then I think your song's going to be a banger, dude. Consider not sidechaining everything. Consider letting some things not be affected by the kick. Consider taking your kick and enhancing some of those high mids with like some distortion or some heavier compression. Cut to the chase faster build wise, get to a drop much quicker, and maybe even double tap a drop. Like, you know, give me two drops of the same and then one final drop that's different. Yeah. Honestly, that's pretty much all I want is for this song to take me on the journey that you so clearly want him to take me on. Like, there are good journey plot points in this song. Don't stop believing. No, I'm sorry. Journey plot points is a different thing. There are so many good, plot points in this song. It is a journey. Now, I need you to fill in those gaps. Not just give me story beats, but give me in between the story beats. Give me the fucking fullness. Because it's weird, like all the sound is there, but the fullness isn't. That's it. It feels like the sounds should be fuller, right? Exactly. I feel you. Damn, you're right, bro. I need you there when I'm making this shit. Well, I mean, dude, honestly, you want the one-on-one sessions, we can do that off-stream or on-stream. The private sessions are totally possible. So we can absolutely do that. Either way, thank you, Big D, for allowing us to listen to the song online, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I dig your song. You can hit me up for any tips or brain blocks. General Tips is there for you. I'm there for you. If you need some help on how to accomplish those things, we are there for you. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to be moving on here, folks. We got a couple of people left in this queue. And we're going to be moving on right after. Bruh, and tell me why my internet has been fine this whole time, and as soon as you review my song, it's dropped like 3 times. That is super weird. I have no idea why. I cannot tell you why. I wish it wasn't the case, though. I wish for you it wasn't the case, if I'm being honest. Because that is less than efficient to give you advice. I'm not going to be pausing the stream every time that there's a problem with your internet necessarily. But you're an old time viewer. I would do it a little bit. And also I appreciate that General Tips. There you go. You got some appreciation coming your way, General Tips. I got lost on the binaural song, started a new remix. Skate by Tycho. Oh, I love that song, dude. It's because of the mids. The mids are dropping out and so is your internet. No! Dude. Let's go. Let's fucking listen to this. I got it pulled up here. I'm going to turn off this fucking annoying waveform. Let's listen to Skate by Tips, the remix to Tycho's song. I'm looking forward to this. I like Tycho very, very much. So here we go. Without further ado, we're going to listen to it and talk about it thereafter. Oh, really? There we go.
I like to keep it a little bit dangerous. Won't be too good for love. Serious. I like to keep it a little less serious.
Okay, it's really weird. It doesn't end. Obviously, it's not done. I gotta take this in again because there was a lot happening, and I was like, and I at some point, I just started the second half. It's still being built. That's what I figured. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, be honest with you, I was kind of getting lost in it, and I dropped my joint, and the cherry fell out on my pants. So I kind of got distracted there, and then I got into it again, but I forgot that I was supposed to be taking notes here. So I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna listen to it again. Simply, I have to.
I like to keep it a little bit dangerous. Won't be too good for love. I'm serious. I like to keep it a little less serious. Am I too good for love? Going down. Roll down the window. Oh, baby, breathe now. Oh, feel the breeze now. Don't complicate it. No, I won't save you, but I'll show you how.
Let me just go back to that.
Don't complicate it. No, I won't save you, but I'll show you how. Get yourself off the ground. Not gonna let you down. Yeah, we could skate all day and all night long. Oh, we're flying now. Not gonna let you down. Hey.
Okay, I got something here. B section variation. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got a little more. You should have taken it as a compliment to General Tips. It's the kind of song that will get me lost in its universe and make me analyze what there is. But the fact, let me start by saying that any song that gets me to that point is already on the right track. Let me start by saying that. It's very beautiful aesthetic you've designed here, very cool, very big, very punchy, but also very dynamic and very ever moving, forever in flux. I love that. Evil Nuts still lurking. Appreciate you, my dude. Thanks so much. The NVOX time is off. Yes, it is. It is. It's a very easy thing to fix, which you'll be able to fix no problem. Okay. I wrote down the second drop that is already addressed because you already told me about that. But the left to right image, the stereo image, you do fuck with it. Yeah, you do mess with the stereo image for sure. I'm wondering if you're fully capitalizing on it or if you could very well like throw some of those elements left and right more sporadically, if that would maybe give you an edge, specifically with your percussions. For the cymbals, maybe having them like alternating between center and left and right, and maybe even bouncing back and forth just for very short moments to really offset us and unbalance us a little bit, to really destabilize us. But specifically like alternating for those percussions, giving us a bit of a range, stereo image wise, could kind of fit the rest of the aesthetic. Center to wide dephasing or something like that. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like using binaural panning to your advantage, if you will. Snare. Okay, no, first punch, more powerful. This is the next note here that I have. The first punch was this. I'm wondering if I want that to be the first loud punch. I'm confused by the way this build works, and I'm not sure where the first punch should be.
Not too good for love. Come down. Roll down the window.
I think I might want that to be the first loud punch. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I will also say that your snare is kind of not piercing through enough, in my opinion.
Oh, baby, breathe now.
It's there, it's audible, but we really have to kind of like lean in to like focus on it. It has a very similar texture and timbre to the other percussion, to the high. I'm assuming it's hi-hats. They sound very similar. It's a very distinct but high-pitched snare, and I don't know if we should add a little more beef. I don't think we should add beef necessarily, but maybe just a layer of like a tom, like a high tom or something, just to bring out the... Did you see that? I just spat everywhere. Like, you saw visibly the spit, which like is rare because cameras don't. This camera doesn't usually capture that much spit. But the fact that you saw it means that I showered my desk. Like, I am wiping off different smears of my saliva all over my screen. Okay, you saw that. That was captured on camera. Yeah, so I think that snare, having that emphasized a little bit more throughout your song, but specifically at least during your drop, is going to be your best friend, I think. Okay, yes, around 1 minute, I wanted to hear, it was a little low at like 1300 on the drum EQ. I'm thinking more around the 800, the cough, you know? Like maybe even 600. Getting some weird, awkward mid frequencies to cut through on that like middle mid / getting to lower mid frequency, specifically for this snare sound. I don't think that those like upper middle mids, Jesus, like higher middle mids, I don't fucking know. I don't think that they need any more emphasis. I think we really need we need that. We need 600 to 1300 was like 5 dB under the high end. Okay. We need a little more of that. I'm thinking. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyways, there is something that I wanted to hear at 1 minute and that I did not, and that I would have hoped would have just kind of transitioned one section to another, which is a reverse of some kind, right around here. Right there. Like something that gives us a swelling of sorts that delineates next section, essentially. Because like this little break here is kind of like a post-chorus pre-verse, I guess. I would cut the drums here, by the way. Something that I thought of here. I would cut the drums early, honestly. And then I would bring back just the hi-hat a little bit here, like... My thing. That's super fair. The second half is bare bones. Just got the guitar working and set the Vox on top to get the vibe. Yeah, I mean, like it's getting there. It's getting there. It's it's getting there though. And I don't know if I would do anything about the sub throughout, man. But you have very little sub. I would probably put a little bit more sub in certain sections. Not as much as you have in the drop. That is far from what I'm referring to. I think that I would have like just little stabs, man. I don't know if it'll do what much lower than that though. Let's see.
Baby, breathe now. No, I won't save you, but I'll show you how. Get yourself off the ground. Not gonna let you down. Yeah, we could skate all day and all night long. Oh, we're flying now. Not gonna let you down. Hey.
I think I like that. Maybe not that bass line, obviously. That was a shitty ass bass line. Consciously but subtle. Yeah, exactly. It's like I almost feel like not quite bass but low undertones to fill the low end subconsciously. Yeah, not exactly like undertones, exactly, like just emphasis. Like literally it could be lower octaves on the synths that you have and it could very well fill in that gap. It just needs some like, look, if I were to really ballpark it here, no, I can't really fuck with that right now, but something like, here, let's try something.
No, I won't save you, but I'll show you how. Get yourself off the ground. Not gonna let you down. Yeah, we could skate on.
Yeah, even those undertones would absolutely work, dude. Because, like, you're just pushing a little bit more of that low energy, which nothing seems to really, like, everything seems to lack that low end in this song. Everything. Like, even your kick is not that low. Everything is very high-pitched in this particular instance. So, I think adding some of that back is going to really be a thing. And I want your second verse, obviously you said it's bare bones, but I want your second verse to like evolve much bigger than the first verse. Not much bigger, but bigger than the first verse or different than the first verse. I already hear it, and I hear those swells, those weird bass swells. I want more of that. I want that frequency pocket to be like teasing me, essentially. Not none, just some. I can stretch some of those guitar tones and let them ring out under the main beat. Could work. Stretch them and like allow the pitch to fall is what you're saying, right? Like stretch them out an entire half length so that it's one octave lower, I guess is what you mean. Yeah, more Vox work and variations. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, the variations, more Vox work. That kind of stuff, you were gonna do it, and I'm sure you already have started doing it. It's very, very possible that it's already sounding much fuller just by the end of this sentence. Like that's it's easy to fill in those gaps, is I guess what I'm really saying here. But that's pretty much all I had written down, anyways. And that's pretty much all I got to say about your track at all. I mean, like, it's sounding nice and juicy, dude. It's sounding really good. It's like pretty much the concept seems fleshed out. Now you just need to vary that depending on the sections that you are going to drop in, depending on the arrangement blocks that you're going to drop into this like Lego project, because it looks like it could really shape up, dude. It really sounds cool. It's a really cool concept. Again, I don't just stop like thinking for a moment and start listening to a point where I drop my joint into my lap very often. It doesn't happen. I drop my joint very often. That's different. But to literally just be like, now that it's not on fire, like that's a level. Did I just lose it though? Did I just lose it? Jesus fuck, no. That would have sucked. Either way, that was a good song, dude. It was a good song. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with like where it's going to be headed. I can already picture what you're going to take it into. And honestly, I would see you remixing this remix with something far more active and sonically full, like in a almost drum and bass, like a what's the word, like a psy bass, drum and bass kind of feeling to this song. I see you remixing yourself, and it working. May I specify? I think it would work. Anyways, thank you very much, General Tips, for allowing us to listen to the song together, to provide the comments, the criticism, the feedback, the analysis, what have you. It's a lot of fun to listen to your stuff. You're a great producer. I have a lot of fun listening to your music. Can always grab those binaural tones. Oh, and throw those as your low. Of course. Of course. Why didn't we think of that? I'm so curious. I'm so curious, dude. That sounds like the move. That just sounds like the move. You put in a couple of those low LFOs as your low tone and fuck with the binaural aspect of it, which literally changes the beating of an already beating LFO. Bro, like just it's subtly layered in there somewhere, just as a very low underlying subconscious layer. Now we're talking. Now we're talking something really cool and experimental. I'm looking forward to hearing that, truly. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. I'm really looking forward to hearing what you do with this, honestly. Truly. It sounds already like it's going to be a banger. But thank you, man. Appreciate it. Now, if I am not mistaken, do see neither Double Chin Tim nor Scales in the chat. I don't believe that they are here anymore, and it's been a long day as well. So, like, a lot of people will not stick around, and that's pretty much to be expected. They don't want that good feedback. Listen, it's hard to convince someone that they need something when they don't think that they do, or to convince them to have the patience for something that they need. You know what I mean? It's about how it works. Yep. They dipped. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. I'm not like mad. I'm just like, oh really? Okay. You wanna not? Okay. Your song must be really, really good. It's usually not. So like, yeah. I'm just gonna count off. I actually like kept track of everyone's reviews, like in terms of numbers today. Like, so let me just count off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. It's not a big day. It wasn't ever gonna be a big stream day because this is my first day back after a couple of weeks. My voice is already getting a little tired. I got to get back into this routine, you know. I had a crazy ass contract these past. Big D, I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream, but I just did this pro guitar contract for like an 80s tribute band. Flashback to the 80s, Edition Rock, with Rock Edition in English, and it was fucking soul consuming how involved I was in that process. So I'm like just getting back into it and getting my energy back. I show others my music, but I wait for your feedback. Well, thank you, General Tips. That means a lot to me, honestly. I know that you know that I know. But like what we're talking about here is from a place of I've informed myself, and I have an advantage over a lot of people who do feedback streams, or over a lot of musicians in general, that I have the good fortune to have been in a position to learn multiple instruments, that I've learned the mixing process, the mastering process, the recording process, that I am a fan of such diverse array of music, that I've enjoyed in my various states of life, from hip hop to death metal. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm in this like Usually it's a fuck pocket. I'm in this sweet spot where I'm kind of versatile. I'm a Swiss Army knife for music in general, which is, something you respect and something you observe. Yeah, that's true. I've shown a lot of people my music, but you're the only one who actually has something constructive to apply. Well, it's the same idea, right? Like, I'm lucky that I have this capability, and I want to share that with other people who can be so lucky. So when I see people who dip early, I'm like, all right, sure, your loss. Oh shit, nice, bro. That sounds awesome. It was quite awesome. It was, honestly, I'm looking forward to the next time I do a gig with these guys. And if they were here, I would tell them to their face, although I probably already have this weekend. I said, like, I really enjoyed it. It was a spectacular gig. I wish I had some footage to show you guys. But I'm like, as soon as I get that footage, I will let you know. I'll show you some shit. Actually, you know what? Let me just check if they like push some shit on their they push some shit on their social medias. Let's see if that's the case. We both know, but I always remain vocal so others can benefit if they decide to listen. Yeah, you do remain vocal. Like, you are someone who is not afraid to share your musical opinion, and you have a very professional musical opinion. Well, I can't spell either right now. You have a very diverse musical opinion as well. General tips. Big D too. You come from a place where you play drums. You play an instrument. You understand the idea with that. So it's really cool. I got to practice for a gig tonight. I've played with these motherfuckers 3 times, and every time they just randomly start a song I've never heard, and I have to just guess how to play it. Oh, motherfuckers. Those motherfuckers. They don't show you the shit. They don't show you the good shit, basically. They just don't let you know in advance. Hey, we're playing this thing. Give them hell. Give them hell, truly. Like, if they don't give you a heads up as the drummer, really? You know what I mean? Like, really? Fuck that. No. It was, honestly, it's really cool. It's really cool that you have a gig. But yeah, I had a gig. I'm sorry, I keep talking about it, but like, I had a lot of fun, guys. Like, honestly, it was really cool. It was really cool. Playing guitar professionally is a privilege. Obviously, it's not like it's not to be taken for granted. You have to really work hard to do it. But it elevates you, man. Especially I was playing lead guitar in an 80s guitar project. It's like, it really pushed me to my limits guitar-wise. You get by, though, Big D. That's good. Jam drumming has always been my favorite. That is lit, bro. Playing with some random guitars and creating some never heard, hopefully decent song. Yeah, man. It's good to line something like that up to good. It's good to have a guitarist in your life in general. But jam drumming, I will not lie to you. Jam drumming is a whole lot of fun. I won't say the opposite. I used to love when I was when I was doing open mics, when I was hosting an open mic in 10 years ago. I was hosting an open mic, and I used to have instruments, people who would come up with their guitars all the time and who would want an accompanying drummer. And we had this really shitty house kit that I used to play my ass off to make sound good. And it was also one of my favorite things as well, general tips. So I'll give you that, Big D. If you could hang and you could compete, it's a lot of fun to jam drums. Did you play any Van Halen? Yes, I did. I played Jump, and also we played Beat It by Michael Jackson, which has Van Halen in it. And my intro, I had an intro that I had to do. I started the show. I'll get into it in a minute, but I had an intro and I played some Van Halen in that as well. I like jam drumming, but I really like funk drumming. I love funk drumming. Dude, funk drumming is the best, dude. Funk in general is one of my favorite genres of music, I think. I honestly don't play enough. I produce more than I play, and it's a guilt I carry. funk drumming in a really tight band is a rewarding ass experience because when everybody falls on the 1 or on the 2, even better, it's really rewarding. It really is. That's what it was like to play in this band. It was like we were really tight, but we were 80s rock. I've gotten way more into polyrhythms and off timing. That's awesome. I'm nowhere near polyrhythm level, guys. I'm nowhere near. Like I could hang with a 3/4 a little bit. But when we're starting to talk about 5/7 and stuff like that, you'll lose me. I'm just not that good as a drummer goes. I am a drummer. I can hang in like a lot of different rhythms, but that is just way too much for me. I love him though. I've like Danny Carey is one of my favorite drummers of all time, I think. So it's like I respect it very deeply. Now I could never tell you what time signature I'm in, but I can carry 3 of them at a time. Whoa, fuck! 3 is hard. 2 is hard enough. 3 is difficult, man. 3 is difficult. I don't think I could do 5/7 without a week of practice. Fuck, it would take me a month of practice, if not a year of practice to even just get good enough to do 5/7. So like a week is saying something, dude. In my opinion, that's a flex. Maybe I just suck. But yeah, man. So it was like I know what you mean by playing in a tight band because that's really what we were. I had like 2 hired ass professionals. My keyboardist is fucking mental crazy good at playing keys, but also at reproducing sounds, like sound design. So good. And my drummer is also a pro. Like when you give him a click, he is on that fucking bitch like white on rice. It's crazy. I just don't know the practical theory. Yeah, me neither. That's the thing, General Tips. I do not know the practical theory of drumming. I'm really bad at the practical theory. I've just started looking at reading drum music. Just started. And I'm starting to understand. I mean, they're all same strokes, but I'm starting to understand what it is. I used to be really good in college with polyrhythms, but now I'm just desperately trying to learn songs for a bunch of damn gigs. Yeah, dude. Well, just to give you an idea, I had, you know what? It's not confidential anymore. We played the goddamn gig. I'm going to show you how many songs we had to learn. Just because it's YouTube, because it's one of my original supporters, and General Tips, one of my longest time supporters, I'll trust you guys with what I'm about to show you. But y'all are going to flip. Brother, you will do great learning drum theory. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Okay, take a look at this shit, dude. Hold on. I'm just waiting for it to load. So, this is, I think, the final set list, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, take a look at this. So, we had like medleys. It was a medley. It was a medley kind of show. Okay. So medley number 1 had this many songs. Medley number 2 had this many songs. Medley number 3, medley number 4. There's a medley number 5 as well, but I think they put it up here, did they? No, there's another medley here. There's a Canada medley. There was another... Oh, did they change the set list that much? Oh, geez, dude, where the fuck? Oh, no, they moved it. They moved it up here. Yeah, I was right. Oh, damn, they really removed a lot, actually. There was a lot more songs on this fucking set list, guys. There was a lot more fucking songs on this set list. They removed so many. We had something like 80 songs to learn. It was crazy. It's like normal theory with no notes. I know, dude, it's crazy. Hi, Grincores, how you doing? I see you're trying to join the queue, but unfortunately we are closed for the day. So I'm sorry about that, my guy. We're just finishing up the stream, actually. No, I don't do the wordy word stuff. Just like to bang sticks at really cool and weird times. Just same reason I stick to drumming is because note theory fucks me up. Well, that makes sense. Note theory is really tough. There are so many combinations and permutations of so many theories. Like the major and minor scale. One of the minors. That's another minor. there's so many different fucking types of minor. Just minor. And major, it's the same thing. And then there's Lydian, there's all the modes, and then there's atonal or amodal music. It's just, it never ends. Rhythm at least is, beat goes here. This is where the beat goes. Oh my god. I know, dude. Note theory's fucked. I can make a tune by ear, but could never tell you what notes they are. Well, I can help a little bit on that respect, at least. At least a little bit. Grin Cores, that's okay, Mike. Hope you're good. Love you, buds. You gave me great feedback last time I was in here. One of my favorite feedback streamers. I appreciate that, Grin Cores. We work hard to do that. We were just talking about this a little bit earlier. I have an advantage with my experience and where I come from as a musician, but also as a sound engineer. So I have a little bit of an edge with that kind of stuff. So I like to share that edge with y'all. That's my favorite. One of my favorite things. That's crazy. Pro set list because it's in Excel. Yeah. So, dude, it is, and it was endless. And each one of those medleys, they like snipped in and out of songs, and it was just like an hour and a half of non-stop music, plus dialogues, plus choreography, plus lighting, plus in-ear monitor mix. It was so much shit, dude. It was so much shit. And it was amazing, and I want to do it again every fucking weekend, honestly. I would be a pro musician like that if I could. Now that I got a taste of it. You've seen that thing where it's like rhythm is pitch? I have not. That is super weird. I've never seen that. Yes, sir. I'm also a sound engineer and a feedback streamer. Grincores, that's good to hear. That's good to hear that we've got some. Just make sure you don't hype people's tracks if you're a feedback streamer, because that's not a feedback streamer. That's a React channel, and that's a completely different thing. Give people actual feedback, and we're good. We're good. Welcome to the crew, as it were. Because pitch is measured in hertz, true, which is beats per second, true, and rhythm is measured in beats per minute. If you speed up rhythm enough, it becomes pitch. Yeah, that makes sense. And polyrhythms that resolve quickly are harmonious pitch. Oh, shit! I just thought of that. It's all coming out. I'm a glitch artist, so I'm super familiar with waveforms and manipulation. Oh, jeez, it's all coming out. Like 3/2 polyrhythms becomes a major third. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I would love to see. Can you, Big D, in our Discord channel, in the Music We Love, I guess, or Tomfoolery, I guess, either way, they fit both descriptions. Could you share that video? I'd love to see what you're referring to. I'd love to hear that. I'm completely honest. If your mix sounds whack, I will tell you exactly why and how to fix it. Hey, that's good stuff, Grincores. We're happy. We are happy that's the case. We're very happy. We like feedback streamers who are actually feedback streamers. And I think there's room enough for all of us in this community. So I like that. I think 4/5 sped up is a perfect fifth. Dude, I gotta see this video. You gotta post it in the stream, in the Music We Love or in Tomfoolery. One of the two. Please do. Those binaural waves really showed all of that off with the natural phasing. Yeah, I'm assuming because when you get to that level of discrepancy, like delay-wise, you actually can start to hear the like when you start to fuck with the phase on that level, you start to hear the beating in a very specific rhythm, in a very specific frequency. So that's really interesting. And you know what else? If you speed pitch up enough, it becomes light. There you might have lost me, Big D. I'm not sure that's physically how air pressure works, because light is not a particle, nor it is a wave. Light is a particle and a wave, whereas sound is only a wave. So I don't know that you speed it up enough and it becomes light, because when you break the sound barrier, there is not necessarily a light that registers. There's different reasons that like sound, that air pressure could generate light, but sound air pressure, sonic air pressure, I don't believe is one of the times where light is produced. I could be wrong about that. If you speed As a jazz musician, this is nerding me out, and I love it. I'm glad you're here for this, Grimcores. We're literally just ending the stream and like nerding out about this kind of shit, so it's cool. And harmonious pitch also have good color relationships. See, this I've heard. People with synesthesia are able to like immediately identify pitch with color, but I have those. The thing for me is that the colors that pitch refers to are very, like, they vary. Like an F sharp could very well be teal, just like it could be orange. It could have those, like those two colors are for me what F sharp is representative of, and that's cool for me because it's like it's kind of a synesthetic way of absorbing music, and I do tend to assign like different frequencies, different colors a lot. But it's also like recognizable in the literal like color palette where you can associate color with sound. I love that shit, man. I love those cross transduced energies, essentially. I will send you the vid for sure. We are sound. Life is wave. Well, life definitely requires wave. That's for sure. We are, I don't know if we are air pressure. I think we are results of air pressure. I think we are the result of what happens when air pressure coalesces, I would say more so. So we depend on waves, but we are not, I don't know, just like light, I don't know that I would go so far as to say that we are waves. We contain waves. Please send the vid. Thank you. Yay, quantum superposition. Indians have the craziest musical time signature talents. Dude. Daga 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 daga. Yeah, I know. That was for me like not possible to understand the first time I heard it. I was just like, what the fuck? The fucking fuck just happened? I don't understand it. But here we are. They sing in Fibonacci. I know, dude, with all the microtones, like two different notes being... Those are two different notes. Like, what? No! There's enough notes! It's hard enough to express myself in 12 notes! What do you mean microtones? Fucking microtones, dude. Jesus fuck. It's crazy, dude. It's like mental to conceive of music in that way. I think synesthesia is personal. I actually would agree with that statement. I think that a lot of people experience synesthesia in very different ways. I think that people who see words in colors that literally, like the font is printed in black, but they see words in like purple and orange and different shades. I think that is like more of a symptomatic of a real hardcore case of synesthesia. But I think we have synesthetic tendencies. It's sort of like obsessive compulsive disorder. When you have obsessive compulsive disorder, is like there are connections in the brain that should be made but that aren't being, or that are made but that should not be made. But whereas most people have obsessive compulsive tendencies, where they need to make sure, like count in for me it's like counting in multiples of 5 and 10. That's just like life for me. It's crazy how much 5 and 10 revolves around my life. It's insane. Like everyone sees something different. That's my point here. Is like I think we have obsessive compulsive just like we have synesthetic tendencies. Like for me, drums are green. I don't know why. Drums, I hear the green. I hear them, they sound green to me. Don't ask why. I don't understand that. Never saw sounds as colors, which I could think like this. I just play a chord and then play a completely random tension until I can resolve it, till I make it sound beautiful. So the thing is Grimcores, what you're seeing is the spectrum of tension and release. You're seeing a very one-dimensional axis, right? So tension and release is an entire spectrum in and of itself, from the ultimate tension to the ultimate release. That is a way of visualizing most music. The thing is that even tension and even release, it has a blend of each of it. And so the point, the axis, is far less able to describe what we're hearing if you just go by how much tension there is and how much release there is in any given sound. So assigning color to it means that the red tension discordant, right? It's like something that is extremely dissonant. The diminished scale is a very good example of like red tension. But like green tension could very well be like there is tension in there. It's a major seventh chord. That major seventh thing gives us tension more so than just a clean. That is the way to see a far more complete axis of tension and release. It's just basically seeing the tension and release is, I guess, what I would define as the shade, meaning tension being as black as you can get and release being as white as you can get. Just putting it in terms of binary color, the closest you can get is black and white, and then every level of that tension and release, it defines a different point on the XY axis. And if you go even farther than that, you can define a Z axis Z axis for my Americans. A Z axis that can define depth, it can define volume, you could define anything, any other type of quality. You could go as far as to define 3 axes in music. And the crazy thing about it is you have the fourth. It's always the fourth. The fourth is always present whether you like it or not. It is time. It is the duration over which all of the tension release, the color of the tension, the color of the release, and the intensity and or depth of the tension and the release's colors occurs. It occurs over that fourth dimension, which is time. And that is universally for all music. Music is a time-based medium. So when we don't think of music in 4 dimensions, we are limited in our perspective. That is, I guess, the best way that I can say it. But I'm breaking it down in a very mechanical method. And I think that there is also emotion to be taken into consideration, which could very well take all of these rules and turn them on their head at any given moment. And that is beautiful. That is part of, for me, the balance of this beautiful 4-dimensional dance that we do as musical producers and as engineers. And so it's really good. Carved by the sound, untapped perception because the brain doesn't talk to other parts. There are studies apparently that have been done where the brain actually does talk to more parts when music is exposed to the brain. So it's kind of nuts that when you think about it, the brain actually communicates better to itself when music is involved. You've seen people with Alzheimer's who learn an instrument and their Alzheimer's slows. That, for me, is the brain talking to itself in a far more efficient manner. And that is when you introduce music and motor cortex and fine motor cortex response. All of that shit is fascinating to me. But time is really just an amazing thing and concept and notion to think about. And I could go all night talking about just time. Grincourse, I have ASPD. My emotion is music. Antisocial personality disorder strips you of all ability to display emotion and just leaves you with apathy. I'm so happy that I can express myself through weird jazz chords. So, yeah, you can't express yourself outwardly using words, you can. You can find ways to define yourself. You're just not expressing them in the typical ways, like your eyebrows don't raise as in the same ways, like your voice doesn't inflect, your inflection does not change so much, your projection doesn't change so much, your literal media, your transducer from your emotions inside your head to other people's ears does not work using your mouth and using your facial expression and using your body language and your posture in the same way as everyone else. But there is a transducer for you, music. And so you said it. Weird jazz chords is a weird way. One of my favorite jazz chord progressions. Let me fix that. One of my favorite jazz chord progressions, even though it's very typical and it's very, very repeated and very, very overused. One of my favorite jazz chord progressions. Wow, thanks for explaining that like that, dude. Awesome. I'm glad I could help. I mean, like in general, sound like sound in general is a crazy concept. So like in order to verbalize it and vocalize it, you have to like have a skill with words. I do consider myself as a writer a little bit because I am not only a lyricist, but I also write so much for D&D specifically that I at this point have become something of an amateur writer. So I do tend to translate into words. Big D put the vid in the cord. Thank you so much. Z! Yes, because we're in Canada, it's Z, and in America, it's Z. Grincore, Studio Mike, as an engineer myself, what is your opinion on the loudness war? I actually spoke about this in this stream, believe it or not. It was a point where I mentioned, I myself personally think that everybody should just fucking agree on something for the love of Christ. Because a dick measuring competition is not measuring the things that are important. Loudness is not the unit that is the important one. If we all define a maximum loudness, if we all define a maximum point at which we are happy with the loudness, then we will all adjust accordingly and refocus what is actually important, refocus our efforts to what is actually important, which is to say dynamics, the far more important measurable of musical creation, rather than the maximum loudness, the difference between your loudest point in your song and your quietest point in your song. The basis of music, dynamics, tension release, loud, soft. It's the binary relation and the million combinations of different binary relations that create this beautiful chart of data that creates a song. And at this point, the ceiling getting higher, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Let's just all agree, minus 10 LUFs. Let's just say it. Let's just say it. It's a good standard. Minus 10 is a good standard LUFs. It's loud, not too loud. It is to a point where if you needed the headroom live, you had some headroom. You have some headroom to work with. If you don't want to turn it down, if you want to turn it down, you don't lose too much dynamic. Minus 10 LUFs seems like a perfectly acceptable standard for everyone to get over, for everyone to accept. Maybe it's just my obsession with multiples of 10. Fine, minus 9 LUFs, just to say it's not in double digits. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm just fed up of this loudness war. Why are we dick measuring? Why are we still dick measuring? That is the only thing that loudness could be seen as at this point, is penis length. Are we really so phallically obsessed? Jesus fuck. Sorry, that all came out because someone actually considered my opinion, but that's how I feel. As a producer who used to do reviews, I fucking hated it from the get-go. Thank you so much, General Tips. I appreciate that perspective as well. Thank you for having an opinion similar to mine. Grindcores, it seems we will agree on this. The rapcore genre kills me because 90% of those guys don't EQ it right. Jesus, yeah. Fuck, don't start to me on the rapcore, because those people don't know what distortion means or is used for on a productive basis. Don't start with me on rapcore. Big D, Mike, I gotta go. Thanks so much for your feedback and the cool talks. I'm sure you just said, okay, now I gotta go, so thank you so much. I appreciate you, Big D, being with us for this day. We appreciate you being back. Absolutely beautiful. Your understanding of my condition means more to me than you could think. You brought an example progression too. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the only jazz progressions that I really know well. So yeah, it's all my pleasure. It's all my pleasure about your perspective. It's like, again, it's not a question of can you express yourself. It's a question of how. Everyone is able to express themselves. They just have better ways and worse ways of expressing themselves. Just because I'm able to express myself in multiple languages, multiple instruments, and multiple media, aka either spoken word or written word, just because I'm able to be as diverse with expression as I am myself, which I'm fortunate enough to say I am. Just because I am doesn't mean everyone is an expert in all of those different forms of expression. But what it allows me to do, it allows me to see which form of expression are people's strength or weakness, whichever, you know what I mean? Because I see myself as someone who's able to express myself in those ways. I see someone, okay, you're good with the written word. Oh, you're good with the vocal word. Oh, you're good with music. Oh, you're good with drums, or you're good with keys. You know what I mean? Like, I hear your emotions, and I hear when your emotions... It's like Joey Jordison, former drummer of Slipknot, and passed away recently. was an amazing drummer. Was an amazing drummer, but preferred to express himself using guitar. He just preferred to express himself using guitar. Maybe he felt more heard and more understood. But I personally think he was better at expressing himself in drums. Like, just musically speaking. Maybe he just didn't have enough time to get as good on guitar as he needed to. But Joey Jordison, in my opinion, expressed himself far more efficiently and far better in drums than he did in guitar. But he preferred to express himself through a guitar. And that's to be respected. And it's the fact that he quit fucking Slipknot to do his own solo project is commendable. And just the balls alone that it takes to do something as bold as that, commendable. I think Quincy Jones should make the call and we all just go with it. I wish he could have. I didn't know he died last year, yes. And he would have probably, if I, like, again, I don't know everything in the music industry, but if I know Quincy Jones, he probably would have voted for something more like -13 or -12 LUFs. He was, if I'm being honest, a conservative producer. He did what was necessary to make that song really pop, but didn't necessarily... How to say this? He didn't necessarily embellish his own strengths as much as he could have. He really put into the spotlight the right thing at the right time. If you listen to a lot of Quincy Jones Quincy Jones productions, you hear a lot of the time you're hearing something that is like just enough to support whatever lead element is happening at a time. And that's nice. That's good. It's like it's minimalist production, and I respect that. It's harder to do great minimalist than it is to do great maximalist production. So that's why I respect it greatly. But if given that, and given the level of his mixes and his masters in general, with songs that he was on the production of, I think he would have been more of a low volume kind of guy. And I don't think that low volume is a good thing because, again, it's going to start a dick measuring competition yet again. It's like people are going to be, this isn't loud enough. I don't have enough juice to push it louder. This isn't louder. So we need to get it sufficiently loud so that everyone's fucking happy. -9 if you must be out of double digits. -9. And if we must have that ceiling as loud, -5 is like the ultimate maximum loudness that I would be willing to even talk about. Because general tips specifically for you and for couch tracks, y'all master usually very loud. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that usually it is a very loud standard. And I wouldn't necessarily have it that loud myself. I would probably have it closer to -9, -10. And that's it. That's it, guys. That's where I'm gonna end this because what more is there to say? We've been hypothesizing about music and about synesthesia and about transducers for a minute now. Fucking music. Am I right, General Tips? Fucking music. I'm glad you specifically used the music because, we appreciate your support of the stream. We appreciate everyone being with us today. We appreciate everyone who was able to submit their music. We appreciate being back. We are very grateful to have a platform of this nature to express ourselves. Not just to express ourselves, honestly, to actually have a nice community of people that are really supportive of helping other people in general. That's magical, man. That's fucking magic. If ever I've seen magic, that's fucking magic. But I haven't seen magic except in Dungeons and Dragons, which I have like 2 games I'm DMing this weekend. So I'm happy that we got to stream this week because as of tomorrow, I am just going to be thinking about D&D for the first time in many weeks, in many months even. I'm going to be just obsessing about the little things, fucking designing a bunch of shit. I'm just going to be writing in another medium because I've been playing guitar for 2 months straight and we've been streaming and we've been talking and we've been communicating our thoughts about music, and now I just need to take a step out of the music and go back to something that is just way too much fun for me, which is rolling some fucking dice. I'm looking forward to it. I got a game this Friday, and I got a game this Saturday, and I'm DMing both. Let's go. Either way, thank you to all whom stopped by our stream this evening, to all our supporters, to all our subscribers. We love you very much. We are looking forward to the next stream. It should be either next Tuesday or next Wednesday. There's no reason really that I'm seeing that it wouldn't be, unless contracts start rolling in which case I cannot be turning those down, especially after the winter like the slow winter no gigs. I can't be turning down contracts right now, so we'll see, but I hope not. Well, I'm in that weird place where I kind of hope, but I hope not. I want to stream, is my whole point with this. I'll stop babbling. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of today, and we appreciate you very much, and we love you, and we'll see you next time. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers.
for the fall. The beast has a hunger forever.